chocolate seeds from the senior center, and he's like, oh, look, a free Jello. And they got to eat, my favorite, what is that called? Oh, corned beef and cabbage.
How you doing, Mark?
That was the lunch today.
See, Annie's Pizza Concrete has like a whole week.
I went over there to Red Apple yesterday, and they were giving away free pie at the Red Apple Concrete store. I was like, yeah, 314, right? All right.
Oh,
Yeah. You're thinking, oh, just free pie.
yeah. Awesome.
Is there still Red Apple on my burn? I used to get sandwiches.
Yeah, there is.
It's still.
Yeah. I think Rick Carter's one, but.
Yeah, still owned by the same family.
That's good. I like family owned enterprises.
Yeah. They have a lot more troubles around there now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I drove past it every,
Jury duty for a week, which is awesome. I
you
loved
did
it.
or you do?
I did do it.
Oh,
And I loved it, but yeah, the Red Apple's right there in the little
Yeah.
coffee shop, when you take a break, you just go and kind of cruise on town. Yeah.
I used to have a salad bowl at home.
That one in my room, very often.
Yes, it's recorded.
You know that the pizza basket is.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing by my word.
We found that Mexican restaurant, COA,
Yeah.
used to be up on the hill. and now it's-
Why didn't-
Right, it's good.
Oh, I thought you meant literally.
No, it's
So
a
how-
sampler. Well,
Yeah, but
lots
you
of
guys-
other beans are made, but no, it's a coffee shop.
That's awesome.
It's a little coffee.
Oh,
stand.
that's right, that's right.
But
So
they,
could be somebody planning and building or,
Yep.
so are the managers also going to present?
yeah, there's,
So, yeah. So
one of the
Nathan,
guys that, he loved the
Things
food.
that are you
So, funny, but, yeah, they love it. They had great
Great,
time
so
over there, so.
if everybody's ready, it's 3:02. I'll go ahead and call this city council retreat to order. And if you don't mind standing and saying pledge of allegiance with me, thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's okay with everyone. I'm going to acknowledge that all of the city council was here. So if everybody's good with that, we'll just move forward. And then we'll begin, I guess, right away with, let's see, the technical staff reports. So you want to do IT first? Is that what you're looking at here?
You can go with anybody in whatever order you like.
Okay. So the team, who would like to begin?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
So somewhere in the pile of papers in front of you, there should be one that's, is from the IT department. It says IT director towards the top right-hand corner in small text. Sorry about that. So some of the responsibilities that the IT department, or how we kind of contribute to the city, is providing general technical support for all the staff. That includes printer, file share access, network, well, systems. We also manage all the computers, laptops, servers, the domain environment, which is how everything else communicates internally with itself. User accounts, firewall access, the various NVRs and DVRs, the video and audio equipment here, and the MDTs, which are the mobile data terminals for the fire and the police department. We also do building and network security, emails, the SharePoint, which is currently used for the intranet site, just a bunch of resources for the employees that they can access from any computer. We also manage the, I already said audio equipment. We also assist other departments with surveillance footage, getting rid of surplus equipment through our sites, managing some evidence and maneuver it into usable formats for them. And we also do our best to track the assets that are under our umbrella. a lot of, we get a lot of day-to-day requests, and we try to do our best to do the best service that we can for the city with the resources that we have. Some of the requests do take quite a bit of time, and some of the following items would help us kind of address some of the issues a bit faster. One of the items that I put on here was an RMN tool. I know I've mentioned this a few times when I've spoken with you guys. It's a remote monitoring, management and monitoring tool. This would allow us to get live data from each workstation. So if for some reason a computer's running at like 100%, we'll get an alert and then we can kind of investigate it. It's like, all right, is there something weird running on the computer? Does the computer need to be upgraded because the responsibilities for that individual have gone up and it's just using our system resources, that sort of thing. It'll also let us know if the hard disk gives out errors. So each type of hard drive can give out a report of its current health status. It'll tell us how much it expects to, like, time to live, how many read writes it has, and other kind of errors specific to that type of media, whether it be disk write errors or bad sectors or bad blocks. That tool would allow us to get those kind of errors, along with system errors like the event logs, application errors. An RMN tool will also allow us to help staff remotely. So instead of trying to organize the time when they're in front of the computer and we can get out there, like say if they're at Public Works or at the wastewater, we could just give them a call, be like, hey, I got your request, ran it good, and we could just remote right in and start helping them out with whatever issues they have. Well, we do have a tool available to us right now that lets us do that, but it's limited because it's limited to the privileges that that person has on the computer. So if they're not able to install an application or access certain file systems, we're not able to do it. This application will run at a system level, so anything the computer has access to, we'll have access to, even if the end user doesn't normally access those files. Some RMN tools also come with a built-in knowledge base and a ticketing system. That would help us out by kind of generating reports as to what systems or what end users we're kind of supporting the most, help us identify patterns, and also gauge whether or not IT is using their time wisely, if it has a time tracking system in it. And some of them also provide patch management. Currently, we are doing that on a system by system basis. We are working on a more automated version, but having a tool that just has it already pre-built in would save IT quite a bit of legwork. And another aspect is mobile devices. We get a lot of requests for those, either modifying settings, installing applications, making sure systems are up to date. And we currently have, I want to say around 80 or so mobile devices, and each one of those have to be manually modified. That includes address books, applications, which I've already mentioned, system settings. So if we want to lock down certain things, we all have to do that manually. Currently, we don't have an MDM solution. We have one that is sort of available. I've done some testing, but the rollout seems to be a bit complicated. But a solution like this would allow us to remotely wipe a system a lot easier. Right now, we have kind of a workaround method where we have a account that the user doesn't have access to, and then that way they can install just random applications. And also, if they lose it, IT will know the login information, and we won't have to rely on somebody else's kind of knowledge to use the Find My app. Another aspect where we're kind of hindered at is the current state of our servers. A lot of our servers kind of have an aging operating system along with aging hardware. Good news is about that. The other day, I got an update from the Washington State Technical Association. I forget the actual name, but if you guys recall, some of you may recall that I had presented a grant that we were applying for, a cybersecurity grant. We got an update saying that we passed the first phase, the Washington assessment. So now it's going to go to the federal side, and we should be hearing back within the next month or two. And that grant would be for $71,500. And hopefully be using that to implement new servers that will allow us to upgrade everything to a new current OS that should be viable for at least another 7 to 10 years. And it'll also allow us to create a more redundant area. Part of the two members of the IT are part of the Emergency Operations Center. So if something were to happen, we would get everything set up. And part of that process is making sure that our data is redundant should this floodplain ever get flooded. We'd go over to Fire Station 2. So once we get that grant money, my plan is to have the server replicating from this location to that main location. And it'll give us a sense of sort of redundancy. And it'll also make system patching quite a bit easier, since somebody doesn't have to wait until like 8, 9, 10 or at night to start deploying software upgrades. Another pain point that has been getting the IT department is the lack of documentation. We are always working on that. My main goal is to document everything. So in that way, if something were to happen to Thomas or I, somebody could just review all that information and then hopefully be able to pick up and start taking over and executing whatever needs to be done. I don't want people to be reliant on what I have in my head. So that's why I just write everything out. A big part of documentation is also, again, a ticketing system. That way we can rely back on things that we have done in the past. There have been multiple issues that come up that we resolved like 2 months ago, and it shows up for somebody else. And I don't remember what I did. We are keeping track of basic tasks that we're doing, but we're not going as in depth as we should. We're just saying, oh, I helped Jana with XYZ, and that's the extent of it. So getting a ticketing system would help us with documentation as well as tracking various services that we're doing and the solutions that we have for them. Another pain point is our security systems. So there you go by the acronym of NVR and DVR. NVR just means that it's connected to the network. DVR just means that it's a standalone device. We currently have quite a bit of different NVRs, DVRs, and some of them overlap as to what areas they're covering. And that just goes back to the limitations of the systems that were here in place. I'm slowly kind of upgrading everybody to an IP-based cameras. That way, once we do decide to make the big move to a more consolidated device, the majority of our cameras will be compatible with it. And we'll just have to pay the bulk price for the main storage versus a whole camera rollout. And just general organizations. On the second page of the packet, you'll see that there's a picture of one of our network closets. And one of the tasks that we have is trying to figure out where everything is connected. So that way we can properly separate the network. And that's currently one of the rat nests that we have to work through. So gives a kind of a background photo of everything. Here are some steps that we're taking to better help out the staff. We're planning on doing some phishing, email phishing training. Some third-party software would be nice because with third-party software, they already have pre-compiled data that they can just share out. They usually have a video that people will watch and like quiz at the end. What we're planning on doing is just getting some demonstrations, some basic how-to knowledge, and then just running it through like one of the lunch and learns for people. With third-party software, you also get access to a phishing campaign. So after all your users or staff members have gone through the training, you can select a time period when they will be sent out a phishing email, and you'll see how many people actually fall for it, how many people didn't, and then it gives you a list of people that you can kind of focus on and try to train more. For the most part, our staff has done a good job, but we keep track of the Office 365 logins. And when I see a spike on one person, I go and talk to them after I review kind of the current traffic that they've been getting via email. And then that's when I learned, it's like, oh yeah, I got this phishing email, but after I clicked on it, I got like halfway through it and then I realized it was fake. And then we just take more time one-on-one to figure out, it's like, all right, well, what tricked you on this? What made you believe it was real? And then we give them hints as to where they can pinpoint, yeah, this is a phishing email. We are also in the steps of implementing a replacement program. Like our servers, some of the workstations here are kind of out of date and won't meet the requirements for Windows 11. So we are trying to work out a plan to upgrade to Windows, upgrade the workstations to be able to upgrade to Windows 11. The expiration date for Windows 10 support is 2025. So we have some time. But currently there's nothing in place that says after X amount of time, these systems will get replaced, and we'll be working on getting that sort of scheduled out and getting the budget kind of created for it so that each department can slowly be upgrading it. During that upgrade process, I didn't put it in here, but we are planning on kind of consolidating how many systems each person has. There are some people that have like laptop, desktop, cell phone, and iPad, and we're just kind of control that and be like, all right, well, if you need a laptop, let's kind of try and move you to a laptop docking station sort of thing. And we're also revisiting who all has kind of city provided cell phones if it's needed and such. We also plan on upgrading the network. We have about 4 or 5 different vendors for our network equipment, which makes it kind of difficult when we're trying to blend technologies. Not every company, even though the equipment does do the exact same function, they'll label it different and they'll go through different hurdles to accomplish the same outcome. And it makes it kind of difficult when you're working with like 3 or 4 different vendors. Just it's better to consolidate to one. We do have quite a few switches that are probably a good 15 years old. They're no longer getting security updates. So that's a big concern of mine. And I don't know if anybody else of the staff members have noticed, but from time to time, there'll be a blip where stuff just doesn't get out and it seems like we don't have internet access. I've been trying to pinpoint it, but it's kind of hard to pinpoint. And I have a feeling it's one of the old switches. It's just hard to determine which one it is. And if you guys look at the rat nest of cables, the switches are buried somewhere in there. And I can't determine if it's a loose cable or just a bad configuration on the switch or just an aged switch. So those are some of the hurdles that we face. These were some of the current plans that we have going. Some of the goals and projects that we currently have is network segmentation. That goes back to trying to organize this rat nest cables. I recently acquired a device that will let us kind of plug into any switch, and it'll tell us if it's connected to the switch. It'll tell us the IP address of the switch and the actual port number. And then we'll use that information to kind of label it on the switch and hopefully mitigate the amount of digging we have to do through this. Some of the ports in the city aren't labeled correctly or at all. This side of the building seems to be all right. It's more of the public safety side where stuff has just been built out bit by bit. So that tool is going to help out a lot. And once we have network segmentation, I'll feel more confident of having like the vending machines that we have out here where there's narcotics, the camera docking stations, the public Wi-Fi that we have going, and all the other network equipment that we have. It's best not to have them kind of communicate across each other. It'll also kind of limit the amount of traffic that goes through and just make us all a bit more secure. We are slowly working on fixing the public facing cameras. Skate park camera was down for a bit due to water damage. We got that up and running yesterday. We're hoping to get the Hammer Heritage Square camera working as well. We think it's probably damaged by water again. So we're going to do our best to kind of secure that. We'd also like to get more public facing cameras in kind of populated areas like where they have the logging rodeo. So that way people can view it from the web. Maybe put one where the tree goes. So during the winter seasons, people can kind of view that and just view it from their home if they're not able to kind of see the light ceremony anymore for XYZ reasons. We are also working on an asset and network audit just to make sure that we have an accurate count of all the resources that we have and make sure that those are getting tracked properly. We do plan on upgrading the servers, and we are slowly upgrading the servers. We're taking a bit more time with it than I would like, just because we have limited resources like disk space. So if there is a critical service running, we want to move that to a known reliable server, do what we need to, and then move it back. About 3 months ago, I started on the domain controllers, and we're still kind of rolling through some of the problems that has left behind. Luckily, everything is still functional. It's just kind of more back-end stuff where it affects IT, but not everybody else. Once we do get the cybersecurity grant, my plan is to just start a whole new network environment or an Active Directory environment, sorry. From what I've seen and from what I was told from Bill, it looks like our servers have been upgraded from 08 to 2012 to 2016, and I think even further behind that. But you typically don't want to do a upgrade. It sends over a lot of residual stuff, and it doesn't really give you a clean slate. So we have a lot of security groups, a lot of old policy objects, a lot of old organizational units that do have items in there. I know half of them that I've investigated aren't actually anything viable anymore, but there's a big number of it. So it'd be very ideal to, once we get these new servers up and running, to just start from scratch. We'll have the 2 domains running. And then as we're slowly moving data over, we can restructure the file access. So then that way we don't run into a situation where somebody at fire has access to something in building planning because of some personnel changes or whatever. So that'll be a big accomplishment once we get there. And we are trying to maintain current information about all the vendors and settings and modifications that we're doing. Like I said earlier, our goal is to make sure that should something happen to either one of the IT department, anybody should be able to come in, locate that documentation, and then just pick up from there. Thomas and I are both under the same understanding that we should be here for the skill set that we have and not for the knowledge that we have in our head. Especially not the knowledge pertaining to the city. That shouldn't go with us. That should just stay here. And then we should just forget about it once we're done. Like I mentioned earlier, also, we are working on slowly migrating people over to Windows 11. The IT department will be starting to use Windows 11 and making sure that it works with all the common programs that all the other departments are using. And part of that process is also creating a Windows imaging server. So then that way we can make a baseline for each department. Like these are the base minimums that police department uses, fire department, et cetera. And then we could use that tool to capture it and then deploy it out to all the other workstations. So ideally, we wouldn't even have to disconnect the computer and then move it to our office. We could just do it from that person's office, do it during their lunch break or during the weekend. And then once they get back, it'll be a whole new computer to them. Like you saw in the photo of the network closet, it is hard to determine where stuff is at. So once we do get everything organized and a better understanding of where everything's connected, I want to go to a color coding system. So all the patch cables are labeled red. Those are critical connections, like for the internet, servers. Blue is for like basic data, like computers. Orange could be for like internet devices, like vending machines and such. It just makes it a bit easier for when you're in a panic to figure out where everything's connected. And we're just going to continue on with trying to educate the team with any information that we think is relevant to them, and we'll keep them safe. And we're also encouraging the IT staff to continue their education. And that's his my presentation for you guys.
If I ask a few questions?
Sure.
Or even make statements. So thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing. It's pretty awesome. And it's great to see you kind of like getting in there and just refining everything, cleaning it up, shaking it out, and making it more efficient. So that's really awesome. You said that, we're moving everything towards towards Microsoft 11, Microsoft OS. So the council members all got tablets from Apple, and that was one of my contentions with Bill, and kind of, we went back and forth on that one, and finally I bought Microsoft system, which I'm personally more familiar with, and integrated more into our system. So do we use Apple anywhere else beside that? And it says here.
Just for the city cell phones, they make it pretty easy to manage. And I don't want to kind of mix it up for if we ever do get a mobile device manager. It makes it a bit harder when you have Apple, Android, Windows phones. I don't think Windows makes phones anymore, but
So would it make sense to kind of migrate those tablets over to a Microsoft, maybe not on this council, but future councils? If they're getting tablets, it's more user friendly and it's already applicable to the software that the city already uses. I think that one of my things is that nobody else in the entire city uses Apple, but the council are trying to figure out how to migrate these onto there and navigate a new system.
yeah, I agree. That's something I would like to move towards. I know I've worked with a few of you on getting some updated apps on your iPads, and they're already out of date. So
Also with the amount of devices, we have, you said about 80 mobile devices. We also have the desktops. Now, do you have a pretty easy list for those? Because obviously you're tracking them and you're able to add in the patchwares and go in and do service calls and whatnot based upon that laptop. I'm sure it has like a nomenclature. Do we have just an itemized list of how many are in service and who they belong to?
we do have a list of how many we have out in service. We don't have a list of who's assigned to what.
Oh, wow.
One of the biggest problems that I found was during COVID, a lot of devices were kind of handed out. And even they were assigned an asset tag, but they weren't really assigned to an individual, at least not one from what I've been able to find. So the biggest thing is hunting down where all these laptops are kind of hanging out.
So on these laptops, aren't they integrated with the systems, the city's network?
They are.
So if we don't know who has them or where they are, could they possibly be at a thrift shop or a repair store or in somebody else's hands that might not be favorable to the city?
That could be possible.
It would be wise to probably just capture that and get a list and itemize and then shut off every laptop that you can't, get actual confirmation somebody within the city owns and uses that. Because that's a serious vulnerability to us, even going to a thrift shop, so we pick it up, it can be anywhere. I would recommend.
Just a thought,
Yeah.
just something that I do know is that, Bill, if something wouldn't be returned to him, the device wasn't returned to him, he would shut it off from the system or shut it down so it couldn't be connected to the system.
So how do you know though, if you don't know who has it, if it's been returned?
He probably knew, he probably kept track of that, but I don't know.
He did keep track of it, some of the items, but there have been some, it's mostly just laptops that kind of went through the wayside. From my understanding, it was during the whole COVID trying to work remotely.
There's been a lot of news coverage on a laptop dropped off at a repair store. So I'm
Yeah.
just saying that laptops can be dangerous too. They can cause us some vulnerabilities in our city. So it might be wise. As far as the RMM, were you able to do any cost analysis on, I know that you guys aren't quite using Jura yet, are you? But you're aiming towards that system or a tracking system for tickets?
Oh, yeah.
So that way you can itemize like, hey, I've had to run out to the wastewater plant 10 times this week. Here's the time, here's the gas, and this is why the cost for this system is, that makes sense. I mean, it does make sense. I think it's gonna make a huge amount of sense if people can see that in numbers.
Yeah.
And see like, oh, wow, we're gonna save that much on all of our city calls by having remote access. But once you have that number in there, I think that it's gonna be super easy to sell that real quick. How much is it on RMM that you're looking at, the one that you're particularly?
The one that I was looking at, I think was around $300 to $500 a month.
So it's a monthly subscription.
Yeah, they're all gonna be monthly.
Yeah.
I have done some research and there are some that I can kind of build up on. But it's freeware, so you're not technically supposed to be using it for a business environment. There are some loopholes where you can go and get like special registry keys with them to be in compliance. But
Security would be my next concern with remote access without having a viable source for that, a good quality remote access software are we at risk of somebody tapping into that if we use something that's?
you're always at risk when you have something like that set up. It's, from my opinion, it's just pushing the can to somebody else or the problem to somebody else. So the tools that I have been looking at have been compromised within the past 2 years, and that seems to be a common thread that, especially with all the world events going on, there's a lot of vulnerabilities being exposed and utilized, those kinds of attacks. But it is a worry. There are mitigation factors that you can take. Each vendor is different, so it just depends on the solution that you go with.
Our server, our network, is it partial cloud-based? I would imagine,
The email site, yes.
just through the Microsoft 365 is probably like a government program or the government side of that.
Yep, we are on the government portion, which grants us more security features and ensures that our data is stored down here in the
Does
States.
the government offer a cloud-based service for local cities to store their information, or is it all their own private server?
Can you repeat that?
Does the government have like incentives to move onto a cloud or recommendations for cloud-based services? That way they don't have to have so much that they're capturing.
From what I know, it doesn't seem like they do have a recommendation to go on the cloud. They have recommendations as to what you should look at should you decide to start moving to the cloud. I am part of an organization where it's all Washington-based cities and towns. And it seems like a big consensus there is also to try and move away, because there have been cities who did move completely to the cloud just to get like a 20–30% increase on the bill. The following like renewal time, whether it be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and they're not okay. Well, they're not happy with it.
So they, rather than buying the software, the servers you have, you're going to spend this much. Now you're doing a subscription basically.
Yeah, and then you're subject to the whim of how much money they want to gain from.
On the training side, are you, because you said you're writing a lot of it down in part of documentation, are you doing any kind of like video cinematic training or video training where you're capturing your icons and your mouse and everything you're doing on your computer?
I haven't done any of that yet. What I am doing is just catching screenshots, and then as we're writing up documentation, we'll add like little animations where it'll show the square where you need to click, but no video or voiceovers.
Is that something that you're possibly looking to do? It might save you even more time, but it might be easier to just start recording like, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Here's for the next person that comes in.
I have been thinking about doing it for other responsibilities that IT is kind of handing over to other people, like social media posting, managing websites. Each department, hopefully someday soon, will be able to manage their own website. So those instances, I have thought of doing it, but not for like day-to-day stuff.
And then with the camera system, we're looking at putting them around town, but will that be identified on our website? Is that something where we're going to see there's a camera here, here, and here? I would imagine so. The concern is that we're capturing somebody's window. The window is open, the woman or man's in there taking a bath. Somebody sees that, they take a snip, they post that onto online media. Are we subject or liable to that? Or are we having privacy issues? Or is that something that we should be concerned about?
We're going to be bringing forward a surveillance policy to the council for review at some point to start to address some of those issues.
I would imagine it's a pretty big
I
privacy.
defer to Nikki on the liabilities.
Would that include drones too? Really, any kind of drone?
We don't use any drones at this point. It could include drones if we wanted to. Certainly open a discussion, but we're not ready to deploy any drones.
They're useful at least looking at rooftops, things like that.
Yeah.
Repair.
Drones definitely get more complicated.
And then last thing would be obsolete software or systems that we have, and then archiving past data that maybe might not even be needed anymore, FOIA folders, things like that. So are you doing that right now? You're going through, are you finding a pretty healthy amount that you can reduce the strain on our current system by eliminating or archiving what we have?
Yeah, it's mostly on the end user side. So currently we have roaming profile set up. So everything, when you sign into a computer, it'll create an account for you on that computer, and that's what we call a profile. It has a lot of information on it. And currently with roaming profiles, it just transfers everything. The big problem with that is that it transfers everything. A lot of things on the profile don't need to be migrated. It can cause a lot of problems when they do get migrated. So I've been solving that on a case-by-case basis. I have pushed out a rule for the most common error that people get. So at least that aspect's done. But with all the data getting transferred over, a lot of the downloads is where I see a lot of the data being used up. So what we're doing is upgrading the storage space for that local computer and then moving their downloads to that location. My solution for the roaming profile issues is either when we get the new domain environment or as we're kind of working through the projects, is to move away from roaming profiles and go to folder redirection. With folder redirection, we just specify what locations we actually want to back up for the user. And then those files like the desktops, documents, pictures or such, those get backed up to the server and then they get transferred back. It's a lot less data going back and forth. And it'll alleviate some of the profile issues that people are running into. Some departments, it does make sense to have roaming profiles like the wastewater. They're always using different computers. The police and fire department, it makes sense. But currently, everybody in the city has it set up. So we're working through that. I've broken my profile about 5 times trying to find a good solution for it. But luckily, it's just mine. I can fix it. So
Rudy, you're kicking butt. You're kicking butt in there. So really appreciate your.
I'm trying.
So I'm just gonna interject here for a minute. So in order for everybody to have time to actually share and for Q&A, I'm gonna try to keep it to, I'm timing it here. Everybody presents within 20-25 minutes and then about 5 minutes worth of questions, or 20 minutes and 10 minutes worth of questions, just so everybody gets through. We have dinner coming at 5 o'clock. It doesn't mean that we necessarily need to break right then. If we have another 10 minutes to go to kind of complete, if the council's okay with that, we can do that. But I just want to make sure that all the departments have a chance to share the information so that you have good information to work off of.
How many departments are there that we're sharing today?
So it'll be IT, fire, PD, finance, and public works. So there will be 5 of them that will be, yeah, all 5 departments.
I just got 2 quick ones for Woody, if I could, if we still have time. Or do we?
Well, the other thing that I was going to suggest, I'd like to move on, is that if you have a question, write it down, and if we have time afterwards, you know,
Okay,
yeah, bring it up. So if that's okay.
that's fine.
Is it a quick question?
Yeah, but we can go over it later. We can move on.
All right, so moving on. So, I have fire next. Frank, do you want to go ahead and?
Deal. I have a little printout there at each of your little stations with kind of a quick synopsis of what we did in 2023 from the organizational chart with some numbers and calls and calls per day and time of day and percentages of. So see a little drop in call volume from 2022 to 2023, not because the call volume in this county went down really, but ours went down because we were short-staffed and couldn't send vehicles to a lot of calls that we normally would have, and relied upon our surrounding agencies to handle some of those. So as we're seeing already, as on the month of January this year and February, we went up and had some of our highest volume of calls in history. So as we get to this hiring of levy lid folks, and we get back to a full staffing, we will probably see that increase continue to rise like we were prior to. Biggest things we got going on right now are people, and mostly things evolving around those. We are in the middle of hiring those 8 folks that we got approved with the levy lid lift. We have 4 candidates from internal folks, from volunteers and part-timers that have made it through the process currently and are in their psychiatric evaluations. As soon as we get their confirmation back from that, they'll be able to move on to the criminal background and all that stuff with medical, and hopefully get final offers out to them as soon as that's done. It's kind of a lengthy process, as many of you know, and Dan can attest to. The other 4 positions, we had a group of, we started with 55 candidates that had applied for those other 4 positions. Unfortunately, only 9 actually qualified to move forward out of the 55. So a lot of them either had no credentials, had automatic disqualifiers, or didn't complete an actual application. So kind of some of the trends that we're seeing right now with applicants out there. But we did get 9 candidates through the oral boards last Monday. All 9 of them passed. The oral board feedback that I got was very, very high quality candidates out of those 9, especially the top 7. I don't get to speak to them until they get certified by civil service. So we're hoping to get another civil service meeting set up in the next week or so to get that process certified, and we can hopefully reach out and move forward with them. We do have another, we still have 2 open paramedic spots that have been open since November. We also did a conditional offer to an outside candidate. There's a paramedic out of West Benton over on the east side of the mountains. Has 4 or 5 years experience as a firefighter and volunteer part-time and some provisional status stuff. Has his paramedic cert at Columbia Basin. Has not really operated on his own yet as a paramedic, so this will be his first full-time medic position. So we'll be doing some onboarding and field training, and if he makes it through the conditional offer process. And then we have 1 more position open. Right now we have 0 candidates in the queue for that position, which is kind of par for the course lately. We do have a couple of our own internal folks that are going through the paramedic program right now. One of which is at the National Registry State. So if he can pass the paramedic exam for the National Registry, he would be eligible. Not sure if he'll apply or not, but we're hoping. Give us a person to put in through the process and see how that works. We are down to 25 volunteers total right now. We just had 3 go through the Fall Academy and have not only made it through Firefighter 1, but their EMT class just finished up here about a week and a half ago. And they are hoping to set for their state exam in the next week to 2 weeks. And 2 of those folks are going to hopefully move in as residents up at Station 2. That will put us at 7 residents. Like to get up to 10. We have 2 more possible folks that will move in as residents if they make it through this last process we did in February. We're looking for about 10 more volunteers as well. And we're down to 4 current part-time firefighters. And we normally hold about 12 to 15. So we're actively recruiting for those folks as well. And some of the folks, unfortunately, that are in our process right now, if they make it through a final, are going to take away from some of those positions, as we talked about before, which is a good problem to have good people that make it through, but it hurts us on the other side, which is understandable and but good, because we know what we're getting, we know the quality of candidates that we have, and they're already part of our city and culture and family. So with that, as we bring these new, hopefully 8 firefighters and 3 new medics on, because we do have John Gossam that has been in the Anacortes Fire Academy since December. He will graduate April 13th and start here on the schedule, going through his local field training program. That'll give us a total of 11 folks that are going to be going through our onboarding and will be in probationary status all throughout the rest of this year. And Jerry and Megan and Skylar and some of the folks within have been developing a field training program that we sent some folks out to Anacortes for a big class and certification beginning of last year called FTEP, which is Field Training Evaluation Program, that gives them kind of the skill sets to be able to train and evaluate and critique folks and move them in the right direction and hopefully get all these folks moving. Of course, we'll hopefully have some of them that will already be through all of our stuff and really just need to add some extra uniforms and stuff to it and get them right to work. So it'll be a little bit easier, but 11 folks is going to put some strain on the system and the folks as well to get them moving on. And with that, we're going to be focusing on here in the next year to 18 months or so on officer development. Jerry's working on a program called Calm the Chaos. It's all of our volunteer officers are currently going through. It's a hybrid online system and a program that we will be meeting every month, sometimes twice a month, I believe, to go over and get our folks some education and experiences. And it's kind of a neat little deal that shows them, different programs and different videos, and then we kind of work together on getting better. We're going to open that up to some of our firefighters and medics as well to start developing them to the next level of what we're going to do as we build a foundation in the future. Equipment wise, we have finally got the one ambulance from 2021 in service. We are scheduled to pick up the second one from that same order March 28th. So if we get that one home that night, hopefully we'll have it in service and logoed and radios and stuff on it. I would probably by the middle to end of April, if everything works out well and all the stuff comes in. We have the brush truck, obviously, is already on the road and running. We have one of the two command trucks is in service. The last one is just waiting for some of the equipment we're going to put in. We have some upcoming purchases. We ordered that fire engine in March of 2023, and if Rosenbauer gets the chassis in place, we'll hopefully take delivery of that by the end of this year. And then next year we pushed back our life pack 12 leads for the EKG monitors for the cardiac scanning for the paramedics. Push that back this year into next year's budget. So we'll see those on ER&R. They're already budgeted in part. The grant for the vehicle exhaust system that we got from FEMA, we're hoping to close that out here in the next couple of months because we have one last vehicle, which will be that ambulance that's coming in. It was ordered a long time ago. So if it gets here at the end of the month, we'll have those folks come out and integrate that exhaust system and put in for the reimbursement from FEMA, and we'll have that grant closed. The other big thing that we're working on right now is the mobile integrated healthcare position with Burlington. So as we talked about when Steve from Anacortes came out and spoke to council, I don't know, 9 months ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
We've been working with Peace Health and North Sound ACH and the city of Burlington to kind of collaborate with them. We've got $200,000 in grant funding from Peace Health. And it looks like we're in the running for another 250 or more from North Sound ACH, which if all goes well, that will fund that position for 3 to 4 years. We're working on some ILAs. The individual will be an employee of the city of Burlington. So right now we'll just be a kind of a partner in this whole agreement, and we'll be able to utilize that position for all of Hospital District 304, which will be Burlington, Sedro-Woolley, Lyman, Lake McMurray, Clear Lake, and some of the Samish area out there west of I-5 and north of Highway 20. So, and I've got a job description that's kind of a tentative one that Danny over at Burlington Fire has drafted that what they're kind of working on. We're still probably a few months out at minimum of that. We'll be bringing those interlocals back to council as we get closer, but will be a nice opportunity for us to go together and collaborate and make something that works for us in Burlington and the outlying area. It will give us not only us, but the police department and ERs, and there are already some talk about getting more funding because of the success this could be as far as just keeping people out of the ER and having repeat customers. So, and there's already more funding out there that folks are looking at, like, hey, this is working. We've got X amount of dollars. Apply for this, apply for that. So it's going to be some administrative stuff for us and some oversight and help building this program to what fits to our needs. But I think it's going to be something that we can justify and show the analytics and the successes that will hopefully help us move to adding to this, whether it's a case manager or some social services or some inner workings with maybe entities like Community Action or Mount Vernon Public Health and so a lot of things. And the unfortunate part is we have to get to something like this because of the losses of some of the resources we used to have in this area back in 2010, 11, and 12. And now we're kind of swinging the pendulum to say, how do we fix what we all know is broken? That's the big thing that I have. So any questions I can answer for you?
Yes.
How's the exhaust system working for the vehicles you installed on?
Really good. The only issue we had was when they came and did the install, they said in this compartment here, here's this button. Never push this button unless you're a mechanic or or you're actually working on it and standing here. And we had one of our rigs go up to a big fire up at Alger, and someone was like, "Oh, what's this button?" And they pushed it, and when you're testing it as a mechanic, it goes into a burn deal and shacks the RPMs and the heat and stuff up on it to burn all the stuff off and make it safe. Well, it also turned part of DOT's asphalt into glass. So, but we figured out how and why, and we fixed it. So, but other than that, the cleanliness and the functionality, it's all automatic. And it not only works for our folks in-house while it's here, which is what we were looking for with us in the bargaining unit to prevent those carcinogens, is it also works when we're out on scenes, when it's operating, when we're pumping and doing things on a scene. Like, you know, before, if you had your rehab, you needed to make sure you were far away from the exhaust, and now this handles it right at the intake, but the muffler.
So you can manually activate it then?
It automatically does everything. So,
Okay.
so as soon as your rig turns on, it comes on for a certain amount of time, and it goes, and then they can manually turn it off if they need to as well. But
Great, thank you.
you betcha. Any other questions?
Do something, well, first of all, thanks for the great tour recently when we met, and I was really impressed by the entire operation, especially the opportunity of volunteers to move up. I mean, that's a great sort of job development program. I was really impressed with it. And maybe this for the police chief too, is that stabilization center open on Highway 20 next to, I mean, so some people don't have to go to either jail or the ER?
That it's open, but it's not really set up for anything like that. We can't actually transport, neither can the police department, to that facility.
Oh.
So it's truly a court ordered facility.
Oh.
It has to come through a DCR or a court order to get there. And then anytime we transport out of there, we've got to actually have them restrained, and they're still in custody until court's released. So.
Okay, that's very helpful.
But phase two, the
Phase
building
two.
that's gonna be going in. Yeah. Do you want to talk about that? Phase-
Oh, good.
Yeah, phase two that's gonna be going in, that we just got all the funding from, our legislatures really pulled the funding for us, well over $1 million to help with that. That will allow them to drop off phase two. It'll be a different building, a little different setup, but all part of the same facility.
So folks with mental health issues aren't necessarily going to either the ER or jail. So I got it.
I have a quick question. Listening to the scanner a few times over the last month, there's been several calls that go out and somebody's calling from the hospital parking lot outside of the ER. And when they do that, it pulls our resources out of service to the parking lot where these people are trying to go into. what is the regulation in that? Does the individual have to walk through their door, or does the staff refuse to go out to the parking lot? Because that's a difficult one for me to understand in our resources.
There's some, various opinions about, and there's certain folks in the hospital world that believe that it's not their patient until they get through the doors. And then liability wise or risk wise, they shouldn't be providing stuff outside of that doors, and the onus would be on the 911 system to handle.
Mhm.
The last, and we got to do some follow-up on that, because you're absolutely right. They are literally feet from an actual physician, and
Right. In the
all the
parking lot.
resources and
Even in the
license.
parking lot.
Yeah. So the last recommendation I got was the Department of Health has given me a ruling, but they're saying that that whole property is actually owned and operated by a medical facility, so they can
Okay.
handle and do it.
Right.
Now, sometimes we've had some calls out there where they actually needed help with extricating from a vehicle and getting
Right.
onto a mobilization board for spinal precautions and things.
That makes
That kind of
sense.
makes sense.
Mhm.
But like for us, we can't take someone from the pavilion, say, the medical
Mhm.
offices, across the parking lot to the ER,
Mhm.
just like put them on our stretcher and wheel them across. We legally have to put them in an ambulance
Right.
and drive them the 0.12 miles
Mhm.
across the parking lot where we can see them. And we've always said, why can't they just push them across doctor to doctor? But obviously somewhere, one of their insurance companies or something has had an issue, because in this county, I've been doing this for 30 some years, and 12 or 13 of that I did ambulance transport. And we used to spend hours and hours up at Skagit Valley Hospital taking patients from one side of the road to the other, waiting for them to get done with dialysis or cancer care, and then going back. I mean, and it's all because the liabilities and the risks and stuff. So I always thought maybe those little like
Yeah.
sky bridges or something.
So what does an AMR handle most of that?
They do. AMR will handle the inter-facility stuff like I was talking about, from Skagit to cancer care, Skagit to dialysis and back. But anything that's a 911 call that originates at a facility or that's going to go to an ER in this county has to go through the 911 system, which is all of our fire-based EMS. Some counties use AMR for 911. We don't. And a lot of that is cost and availability and funds.
Were we gonna itemize like the priority levels of the calls? I know we were during the levy, we were talking about that, but in the call breakdown chart, are we looking, still pursuing that so that we know which ones are gonna be like a level one, somebody's calling because they're lonely or they need a light bulb?
We have that, anything that's involving a patient, it's already done. I can pull the reports on that. And we have a system now that's broken down by letters. So an alpha level call is a very low acuity. Actually, it starts off with omega, and we rarely use omega. Omega would be something that in some places, if you have the facilities like what the mayor and Dan were talking about, where there's drop-offs, you have 24-hour substance abuse places, which we don't. We have all the things in that are available in your area. You can do these omega calls where you don't even go out. You can actually refer them to a nurse line, or you can refer them to a social services folks. And as we get these mobile integrated healthcare folks online, that could be an opportunity for us to kind of move to that direction. But then you go to alpha, which is a low acuity, someone that has fallen, maybe needs to be helped back up into bed, maybe somebody that is worried they have hypertension or something, and it's been ongoing for maybe days. It's not sudden onset. Bravo is a little bit more. Charlie is an ALS with paramedic need. Delta is a paramedic. Delta and Echo are usually something that's gonna require emergent transport. And then, so we have that broken down by, the letters as far as the level of acuity and a nature code. So you'll see, like I can pull up, I can show you on my phone here, all the last calls we've had, and it's broken down into other things, like you'll have an alpha abdominal pain, or an alpha fall, or a Charlie cardiac, and delta allergic reaction. So, and it kind of gives the crews the mindset of what they're going to, how many resources they're going to need, and whether they need to go lights and sirens. And then if you look at some of the other stuff, we have it broken down into, service calls and good intent calls and false alarms. So some of those rescue EMS calls, the 2,594 that you see there on page 5, some of those good intent calls, false alarm calls are actually patients that they started out as something that was going to be a medical call. And it was someone on the side of the road using their phone and got called in, was unconscious patient on the side of the road, or they were a transient sleeping in their car, or a lot of other things. But we have that. I can pull that as far as data up for you and show you what level of calls we go by nature code and level. It's pretty.
Completed the questions. Have we completed the questions? Move on to PD.
Real quick, I'm good. No. Anyway, you have the annual report that I had from 2023, well, 22, but in 23, beginning of 23. And if you can turn a page to the goals, it's just going to help me refresh what we've done this year, what we've completed as far as goals. So good on this list, you see the 23-24 goals. So we've completed the lexical policy implementation. We actually finished that, and we actually introduced our daily training bulletins, which trains us on our policies. So we get every month we get several questions that we send out to officers to make sure they're aware of the policies intact. So we're still looking to hire that vacancy. That's what I'm going to get to a little bit later, hiring and retention issues. Complete the hiring process for records and records clerks. We got our records supervisor and new records clerk because we had one retire. The 4-sergeant model, we're now implementing that starting April 1st. So we'll have 4 sergeants starting April 1st. Retention, maintain, or increase staffing. We're kind of status quo, right? We're right at the 19th, so with 1 vacancy since the end of 2022. So the mandated training requirements, we're in line with that. We've also been increasing our active threat instructors. So we had 3 officers go to advanced active threat instructors this past week, and we have 3 officers going to field training officers. A lot of this was planned ahead of time in the process of thinking that we'd be able to hire a vacancy by now. But we're still moving forward with the training officers, hoping that we've been able to hire one and start training them right away. But that isn't the case right now. The special investigation plan. So we had, I'm not sure you guys are aware of this, but we purchased a bait tablet. And what that is just a tablet that we can place into vehicles, and we have people steal it, and we can track it and then recover it and place them in custody and arrest them for theft of vehicle power. It's just kind of one of our things we run when we have time and adequate staffing and such. It's been pretty successful. We've had it 4 or 5 times. We've had it out for arrests and such, and it works when we have the staffing to do so. Auto tagging, that has saved time for our officers in that process of having to label their video cams and body cams. Police vehicles, that updated you guys as well. We have 4 cars sitting out here that we just got arrived. 2 of them are from 2022 order, and 2 of them are from the 2023 order waiting to be outfitted. Electric vehicles, we kind of passed on that. So one thing we're finding out now is, and we were before, this is on, that is, we're running out of space. We had to expand our squad room. We did that. We're looking for offices for our new sergeants, so we're trying to find a place for them too. We're just running out of space. The same with records. I see there's a need, with the workload on record staff, and that we might have to look at hiring another person in there as well. So we're running out of space to put everybody. So future long-term kind of thing is when you start probably looking at a building or such. The long-term plan, but I think we need to start looking that way. School resource officer, that was still on the agenda. Still working on it and talking about that and working on that process. And that's about that right there. If you looked, like I said, I don't know how many of you have actually read through this or not, but a lot of stuff is consistent issues that we're dealing with. Feel free to look at that a little later. But you know, looking at our staffing, our detectives, one of the things that was in here as well is we have a high caseload for detectives. We have two detectives assigned to our internal department, and they're averaging anywhere from 30 to 40 active cases. Those are felony cases that last a long time, and they have to do search warrants and follow up and all that stuff. At the same time, whenever you complete the case, it's almost like you're getting a couple more. What we really have it now is we try to make the police officers do as much as they can. If it's a lower level felony case, then they run through it and deal with it. But if it gets to where it's more complicated, where it's going to take, this investigation took anywhere a month, 2 months or something like that. There's stuff that goes on that you have to keep following up and wait for the information to come back. Then that goes to detectives. So that's an active workload and it takes a lot of their time. We also had one detective in our task force too. I think that was very beneficial for our department. You know, developing confidential informants and dealing with the fentanyl drug problem we have in Skagit County and across the nation. Very significant, and there have been cases where they dealt with cases within our city. Very productive. I still intend to fill that spot. Right now, one of those detectives is coming to be a sergeant. So I'm going to hold off on filling that because we have a need to make sure that we have adequate patrol officers on the ground at first. If we have that adequate staffing to move forward with that, then we'll make that happen. But we're going to wait and see for now. So that kind of leads me to the topic of my biggest emerging issue is, and across the nation, is recruiting, retention, hiring. Nationwide, that's a ongoing issue. Every PD is hiring. It's hard to recruit, hard to get people to come here when every agency is hiring and offering hiring bonuses and extra opportunities and stuff like that. We've been trying to fill this position that we have vacancy since August. So we're running on 7 months. We did have a conditional offer out, but then it didn't pass the background. So it's a struggle to try to get officers in-house and hired and on board. And the time it takes is immense. You're talking anywhere from a year to a year and a half. Those happen. We're already on 7 months of trying the hiring process. So say we hired this guy today, we're probably going to have him for 6 months before he goes to academy. And then he's going to be in the academy for 4.5 to 5 months. And then he's going to go to 3 months FTO. So 6 plus 5 plus 3. That's about about a year and a half of time that we have to put into an officer to get somebody on board. Some of the things I'm looking at is, you know, if we do know somebody's leaving, is maybe hiring in advance for that replacement. And that's hard sometimes because sometimes you don't get much notice. But if there are planned ones, I will bring that to you and look for approval that, hey, can we move on with doing this process and get somebody going? But there's a lot of things that affect why why officers, why candidates are not going for police officers. There's external and internal issues, right? So everything nationwide, everything happened from, the George Floyd incident, media, social media, a lot of, angst against law enforcement, reform, legislation, laws. A lot of that all is that kind of outside perceived of what law enforcement is when it's really not that. I think we have a great department, a great culture in here, and laws set across the state that affect certain agencies when I think we're operating within those realms already prior to that. So those have an effect on whether or not a candidate applies to our agency. And then also the opportunities that exist, right? We're a small department. For our small department, we have several specialties, but for future growth, sometimes it's hard to hold people when you hire them, right? The average, if we can get to, generally what I've learned is if we can get to the point where we have a new hire and we keep them past 5 years, we have a good chance of keeping them. But if anywhere between in that time, before that time frame, there's a lot of like, hey, other agencies reaching out, hey, you want to go over here? It's like everybody is poaching and recruiting and pulling from everywhere else. If we're hard, a small agency, that's really hard to recover from, especially we have to wait a year and a half to get somebody on board. Some of the internal things that go on, that is kind of weighed in that process too, is are we competitive in salary? Do we have adequate supervision or poor supervision? What's our culture like? Lack of growth and opportunities within the department. Adequate training, feedback, recognition, the equipment needed to do the job. I think we do a lot of those good things, but combined, if you add all those external and internal things going on in the world, it creates a hard task to hire officers and get adequate candidates. We're also finding out we're not getting great candidates. We've had 75 applicants since August. That's when we actively started hiring for this vacant position. It's still 7 months. We haven't been able to fill that yet. So it's tough. We have changed from going to having oral boards where it's all one day. The first one we had in August, September, we had scheduled 10 candidates to show up. They all agreed to come up, and then that day 5 people showed up. That's just kind of the way it has been recently. In that process, we have changed kind of the way we're doing things, and every agency is changing their ways to try to get ahead of the game. Who can get to the candidates first? Who can get this person in and get to the process first? We're doing that. We're doing the same thing. It's still difficult. We're offering them multiple dates. Hey, multiple dates, come in on this day, or this day. Which one works for you? We'll work it out. That seems to be working for us, but it's 1 or 2 at a time. So we get weekly updates on how many candidates apply. It seems like we're about an average of 3 per week, somewhere around there. So we're looking at trying to increase that and move forward. So one of the things I'm looking at too is, do we have adequate staffing? I know in Prop 1, I know it's a big subject, but we'd asked for 26 officers. We got 3. We got 3 of those. We were at 17. We asked for 26 officers in that. That's what we felt what was needed in that proposal. We got 3 and a 0.25 for an SRO. Obviously, we're grateful for that even going to vote and getting those officers, because it did help. It did help our morale in our office. But now we're still at the same point. In that plan, I had a plan where that 26th officer would be implemented at 24. We're still at 19, budgeted for 20. So that's kind of the struggle I'm dealing with within our department. We also have had a recent sergeant assessment where there is a potential that some people could leave. um, for whatever reason, right? Not being promoted or, future growth opportunities, right? That plays a factor. And when everybody is hiring outside of our agency, it is tough. Okay, well, they got what I want to do over there, and they're gonna give me a bonus for a lateral bonus and retention bonus and that stuff. So it's a struggle. Do my best to keep everybody here. Have sergeants doing their best to keep everybody here. But that's a definite struggle on my mind that could happen. I hope it does not happen, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. So moving forward, I've been talking to Charlie about this quite a bit as far as how do we set a standard as far as adding more officers to our department? What is our standard? You know, there's several ways you can do that. I think it needs to be a combination of a lot of things: officers and population ratio, increase of growth in the community, our call load, our calls for service per officer, how much time is spent on these calls, each call. Complexity of these cases has increased over the years. We're expected to do so much. Domestic violence calls, we arrest. It's a misdemeanor crime. We are still required to ask if they have any weapons in the house. If there's weapons in the house, we have to get a search warrant for the house and retrieve those weapons. If that's additional time we have to spend in this processing the domestic violence suspect, book them, take them to jail, search warrant, get what we needed out there, and also provide the domestic violence resources to the victim. It takes some time, and we deal with domestics quite a bit. That's one of the things, just one example. DUIs have gone to the point where most of the time those DUIs turn into search warrants. You know, if they're not going too low, we're basically asked to get a search warrant for the blood. That creates a long process as far as just getting a search warrant, getting the blood, getting the book to jail or released if it's their first offense. And then that case takes a long time too, because now I'm gonna wait for blood results to go back, and then the court process is long too.
But it's almost 4:20 to give everybody else one.
So have I been going that long?
Well, it's good information, but I didn't know if you wanted to stop and ask if there were questions or if you want to continue.
You guys have any questions on what I've said so far?
Yeah, what agency is poaching the most? Do we even know?
All of them. I won't name anything specifically, but yeah, all of them. Yeah, I do have some contact with the local chief, so we don't like poaching from each agency. It's different if an officer chooses to go over there on their own, but when you have some advocates for that and asking to, hey, we got this, it happens. Trying to address that too. But like I said, everybody in Washington State is hiring and offering whatever they can do to get people, because everybody is short after COVID. That dropped down numbers, and after the national events that happened, it had a big effect on law enforcement, and we're still recovering from that.
And I'm sure the bonuses probably are an incentive to lead to.
Yeah, for laterals, I'm seeing upwards to 50,000 signing bonuses, and that varies as far as what they're doing. Now they're getting 10,000 a year for 5 years if they stayed 5 years, or 50,000 up front. You know, there's variables as far as what they're doing out there. But yeah, trained officers are commodity. What do you call it? Commodity.
Yeah.
Commodity. You know, getting a lateral officer, not having to train a new officer and wait a year and a half for it, it's fantastic.
Chief, thanks for your presentation. I noticed one of the goals, you guys are running out of space here.
Yeah.
Clearly. This, you know, in planning for the future, I noticed a lot of the times in many of the municipalities just simply can't afford to build a building that's going to last some 20, 30, 40 years.
Right.
Stuff like that. We're already looking at expanding, public works to have more space down there. A trend I noticed with both you and fire is that the growth of the town is leaving both of you guys behind. That's kind of, I mean, the thesis from what a majority of your guys' problems are. As we develop the town, we have a station 2 up there. It's 2.35 acre lot. A lot of the footprint of the building covers about half of that. You also have a parking lot already there. This town is building in that direction like crazy. Having a satellite station, I think would be something that would be cool to look at rather than, you know, punching out an additional 80 feet off the side of this building. You know, stuff like that. And then that way you have, anyway, it's just a thought of mine. Satellite stations are always good to have. It's a massive problem that we have in Burlington because we have a train track that goes directly through the middle of town. And all of our fire, police and EMS services are on one side, and you have fire trucks waiting 8 minutes for a train to go by before they can go respond to a call. So.
The officers that were terminated because of the governor and his COVID, have they been allowed to be rehired?
We didn't have any, buddy, fired.
Yeah, but the ones in the state, they've been,
I think they have offered to rehire some, but I think, you're still, a lot of people do retire.
Yeah, I guess,
All depends on the agency. There's still municipalities in this county that still mandated across the board. For us, we only mandated it with folks that were in the fire department they were part of the healthcare problem that we have, because we accept Medicare funds. And we took that off the board in March of last year when the federal Medicaid lifted that mandate.
so the answer is, it's up to each agency.
In the state.
Okay,
So a lot of them have released the mandate. Some of them in fire anyway have brought folks back, offered them to come back. But a lot of them, we're retired. We're at 53 or greater, not coming back.
it's kind of like the governor was kind of like shooting yourself in the foot.
We added fuel to an already burning fire and problem that we already had. And, it's hard to go back and regain the trust and draw those people back.
Yeah, and you find that the national testing network offers people too many options? I've gone through that hiring process before in 2008, 2009, and 2010, and every time you got to go back and there's a drop-down menu and you can apply for 90 different agencies.
We have a lot of candidates that come in there and their applications everywhere. I think it's just the way it is right now. You have everybody hiring, and if they really want to be in law enforcement or fire, they're going to select everything to get their foot in the door. Whoever hires me first, I'm going to get in. A little bit different these days too. I mean, some are picky, right? So if I'm applying for 90 spots, do I think I'm good enough to, I'm going to wait on this one and I'll take this job. So I think there's some of that too. But yeah, I think there's all fire and police are hiring heavily.
We saw a pretty good, it's not really reflected on this page with the salary budget, because we just see in 23 and 24, but we saw a pretty good increase over in 22. I believe that was upwards of 25%, something like that, right? And so what is a good amount to aim for, and could the city capture that in the hiring challenges that you're facing?
Aim for officers.
Well, I mean,
Population.
the budget on, if you just go to police salaries and benefits, it only shows 23, but it doesn't show 22 or 21. That's on page 3 on the backside.
Got it.
Yeah, so I mean, if we were to see 21 or 22 in there, you would see a substantial jump. I believe it was about 25%, Charlie. You remember what that was, the negotiations?
We did go up, I don't think it went up that high. Yeah, it was for the. It was maybe 8%, something like that.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Do we know of like, could we fit that in the budget as the town grows and as the need is increased? Something that we can project out, I guess is what I'm suggesting.
I think that's what we gotta look for, is projecting it. What's the trigger for that? And are we able to have enough funds to make that happen, right? I think that's all part of it.
So it's 4:25. I hate to cut off, but we have 2 more people and I want to be able to get them in.
I was just gonna say, do we have any current data? Because this data is to 2022, but were we able to capture 23? But like all the charts are from 2 years ago.
Yeah, so this is from the 23. I just was using it as a reference. But for as far as call load, we're right around the same and such. As far as-
I just have a question. Is there a reason why we're so pressed for time?
We have dinner coming at 5. And then we have other topics that we're going to be covering from 5 to 7. So, and also
We want to.
they want to go home too. So, yeah.
I just thought that us as a council had decided that we are in here and we have meetings, we'll stay until it's done. So that was my only thought.
So, yeah, I hate to be the bearer of that, but I want to make sure that everybody has time to share their department. And then on top of this, we have 4 more other subjects that we're going to be covering from 5 to 7. So want to give council time to do that. And that was sent out. So I don't know if you saw that, but that was sent out, the schedule, what we're looking at.
Well, I just feel like we're being rushed through this and I don't think that we need to be because we're all here and.
It's an overview, and I appreciate your question. I do. I think this is an opportunity, though, if you ever wanted to sit down with either one of the chiefs or any other department heads, you can certainly do that and have your questions answered. Look at a tour of the departments if that's something you want to do. But yeah, this is just kind of an overview. Yeah. So you have a feel for where they're at, where they've been, and what they're looking to do. Okay. So Kelly, you move with this?
Sure. So provided some documents there. The first one, just an overview of the finance department. First thing is just kind of a listing of all the areas we cover, like all the departments. Cover a lot of different areas: accounting, investment, budgeting, financial reporting and analysis. We do accounts payable, receivable, process payroll, assist with HR. Assist with public safety, civil service. We do the EMS billing, as well as the HIPAA compliance for that. For the council, we finalize the agendas, the packets, and then do the minutes for the council. And then after each meeting, update municipal code, ordinances, and resolutions. Also do the cemetery scheduling, utility billing, parks reservations, cashiering, records retention, public records requests, business licenses, insurance claims, and then we're generally the first, if someone doesn't know where to go, they come to the finance department to receive the public and help them best we can. So that's kind of just a big, broad overview of what we do. Current projects we're working on along with all of our kind of daily, monthly tasks, preparing the 2023 annual financial report. So that includes our revenues and expenditures for the year. And then the more detailed work of that is documenting our schedule of liabilities. So that's all of the city's debt, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So all the federal money we got in and then the money we spent out for that, as well as state funding, and some other documents get included in that annual report. We're also working on implementing a new process for tracking contracts and agreements, once they get passed by council or at the department level, having a really clear tracking process so we can find those more easily. Look in a spreadsheet to see summary information about when it was passed, when the item expires, does it automatically renew? So we can make sure we're caught up on all those things, that nothing goes past when it's due. At one of the recent council meetings, we passed the master fee schedule that included updates to public records requests. The police department record staff is doing a great job. They're working through how to implement some of those new fees to make sure the city can recover some of the costs of those public records requests. So we'll be working closely with the records department to implement that, as those payments will have impact on the finance department. We're also working on creating a schedule for the 2025-2026 biennial budget. That includes a lot of steps. The first step is really internal within the departments. Coming up with budgets for each department over 2 years is a pretty big task for all the departments. And then the finance department, so we're putting together a schedule for that, and then how we're gonna bring it to city council and hold public hearings regarding those items. We're continuing to develop policies and procedures for business licenses and enforcing business licenses. This is an area we have limited capacity to work on, but our city is growing, so we need to find ways to make that process work for the city and for business owners. And then we'll also be updating the city's ARPA plan, so the American Rescue Plan Act, that's our federal money, one-time money, making sure we're meeting all the requirements of that and spending that money as we have planned. So we'll be bringing an update to council in the future. Just wanted to hit on some challenges of our department and needs. Just like every department, capacity is our greatest challenge. Having a growing city, we have relatively close to the same number of staff. In 2022, we did hire one part-time employee, but other than that, finance department has remained pretty stable in staffing over the last couple of years, but workload is increased for all areas. One of the big ones is in recruiting and hiring staff. Although that does get kind of dispersed to all the departments as everybody has hiring needs. We do our payroll clerk takes on a lot of those things. In the last year, the city has hired a new IT system integrations analyst, maintenance operator, 2 wastewater treatment operators and trainings, and an assistant city engineer. I'm sure I'm missing something in there, but and then we're also, as the chief mentioned, 2 of our detectives are being promoted to sergeants, an officer moving to detective position. They're still looking to hire someone else. We're currently in the process of hiring a public works director, which I know some of you have been a part of that process already. We're still looking to hire a community development director, wastewater supervisor. Our city engineer is retiring soon, so recruiting for that position. Potentially hiring for a school resource officer and a mechanic, and then any positions that switch up internally, we'll have to backfill for those positions. So that's probably not a full list, but it puts a lot of time on on our staff to recruit for all those positions. And then the administrative work of setting up new employees. We also, in 2023, moved from the Volunteer Firefighters Association doing payroll for our volunteer firefighters to doing that in-house. So that was additional work on our department. And we have one accounting technician who processes payroll for us and then also acts as the human resource assistant. So that's why a lot of those tasks fall to the finance department. And then, of course, like I said, the growth in the city just leads to additional transactions in kind of all the areas: accounts payable, accounts receivable, EMS billing, utility billing, parks reservations, business licenses, public records requests. We've seen an increase in just the amount of all of those items, and the staff responsible for those items just having a continued increase in their workload. So one thing we may be coming to the council for in the future is having an additional 0.5 FTE in the finance department to help support some of that increased activity. In the past, since I've been here hearing from council, the priority of having staff available to talk to the public, answer their phone calls, receive them in the lobby, we really heard that. So we'd like to hire an additional part-time person to help with that, kind of offset the time our current part-time person isn't here, or maybe overlap over lunch or something like that. Our current part-time accountant or accounting technician, her primary duties are helping residents at the front counter and answering phones, but she also helps process utility payments, park payments, and she supports accounts payable and EMS billing when she has time. And we envision a second part-time person, again, working with the citizens, answering phone calls, being there in person, offsetting our current part-time person's hours. And the real benefit of that is to the rest of our team. There's two people on our team who help the front counter and answer the phones the most. And they're swamped with their other duties. So being constantly not interrupted in the sense, that's part of their job, is to help citizens. But they're constantly getting cut off to answer a phone call, help at the front counter when they have a full days of work just on their primary duties. So we're hoping if we can get an additional person, we can relieve some of that issue from our full-time staff who have increasing workloads as well. I do have one other document about accounting for Proposition 1 for the fire and emergency services. But before I go into that, any questions about or things?
I have a question for you about your capacity. Are you able to do cross-training? I know that once staff gets stretched thin, turnover increases. So are you able to do cross-training with them and give them that?
Yeah, we're trying the best that we can to do that. Previously we had brought that to council, trying to find options to do that. We hope that, this is another possibility to do a little bit more cross-training. We do it wherever we can. We've just like Woody talked about, documenting all of our processes. So when somebody's out, they can do at least the bare minimum things, but we hope that this helps a little bit in those those kind of tasks as well.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. Maybe this is for the chiefs. I don't, or Mark, who schedules all those mandatory trainings you guys got to set up? That sounds like a lot for your personnel.
For us, I think it's, either a lieutenant or the sergeants. They all get involved with what's needed. So we kind of plan that throughout the year. So a lot of stuff is set prior to, and then if other things that are needed or requested, then we can look at that and schedule that within the office, with the officer.
Ours are shared responsibilities, so we have, as long as the EMS levy continues to pass, they handle a lot of our EMS training as far as the scheduling of it. We are part of the training hub, so we take their curriculum and their OTEP program, which is a quarterly process that all of the EMTs and paramedics have to do in the entire county or the entire state, actually. And we provide the training not only for our folks, but we do it for Fire District 8, Hamilton, Clear Lake, District 16, and then any other agency in the entire county, if they miss theirs, can do makeups here. So we do that. And Jerry's in charge of that, as well as the firefighter training that we do on Monday nights and through the week, which meets our firefighter side of it, that makes the RCWs in the lab. So it's a lot of work, but everybody takes a little piece of it, and some of it we've been able to use hybrid stuff. We've been able to use some online things along with our hands-on instruction. And then we also use our insurance provider with AWC to bring them in for things like sexual harassment and driving simulators, and we do shared resources as far as, like, right now, Anacortes is helping us with that fire academy. District 3 in Cedardale provided the volunteer academy for us in the fall. Jerry has a consortium working right now with some agencies in Whatcom County, where we're going to hopefully put on a volunteer academy here starting April 1st, if it all works out. And we'll move the academy from 2 or 3 different departments in Whatcom, and then we'll share the responsibility of every third week or whatever down here, and share instructors and buildings and training facilities.
We have limited time for finance. I don't know, I don't mean to be interrupting you at all.
I was actually,
I didn't mean, I apologize. Kelly, how much has our city grown? And then how much has our city staff grown in the last, let's say, the last 3 years?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have a specific answer. We don't have one metric.
Mark might know how many houses or populace we have. I bet you he does. And then as far as city staff, you probably know the city staff size.
Yeah, I don't have all the numbers. We were working on something for specifically the finance department, like how much does our AP grow? You know, it's hard to get exact metrics because, you know, dollar amount isn't always specific to.
But like staffing, you know how many people work at the city in 2022, because you have a list of it, and how many work in 2024.
Yeah,
And then you can
I don't
see,
have
like,
that list right now, but
you could probably email or something, just a number, like it was 142 and now it's 161 or it's 100, something like that.
we have that number. It's a little bit hard though, because sometimes when you pull a list, you know, is it people who worked all year? But yeah.
In general, I think would good. You can probably just keep track of hours. Like, hey, we worked 1,272 hours and now we're working, 1,576 hours. So here's a track. So I'm sure one of those through salary or through one of the.
So
Do you
I
know?
kind of have as far as the staffing, so just asking the chief, confirming this with the chief. So in 2020, because of COVID, we didn't do the dinner, our Christmas dinner like we usually do. So we bought turkeys and hams, and we bought 130, and that included even the volunteer staff. So we paid we bought 130 turkey hams. Now we have 140 plus employees. So it's gone up about. So that's rough. That's pretty rough, but that's pretty close, I think.
I think that sounds about right from what we from one of the meetings we had, like 146 or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but, and then as far as populace, do you know?
I've got that. Office of Financial Management, if you're ever looking for it, does population estimates for the state every year, and they are the resource we always use. It's kind of like a little mini, they go with the planning department, or the planning department, number of units. Roll that up to the entire state. You can look up any municipality in the county. So for us, 2020 population that was reported was 12,421, and we were up to 12,330. Then 12,590, and now 12,900 in 2023. The estimate for 2024 was submitted data. It'll be a little bit until it comes out. So I don't know what number they will spit out of their system.
I think in the comp plan, when I was talking to John, we were aiming for a 100% increase in populace. There's 2.7 per home, and he was estimating so many homes to be grown within the comp plan. And so one of the big things is, do we have the infrastructure to support that? Do we have enough firefighters, enough police, enough sewage, enough staffing as we get this populace in the comp plan? And that was one of the things I was really concerned about, that severity of growth. I mean, Mount Vernon, I think, only had 25% growth projected in their 20-year lookout.
It's about 30% with our growth projections for the next comp planning period that we're looking at. So we'll be talking about, it's a lot still, but we will be looking at the making sure our infrastructure, we have to certify that our infrastructure can support that. So we're gonna have to figure out how that growth happens, where that growth happens, and everything to support it. That's part of our comp plan process.
So the pure percentage wise, we've grown very much on 500 over 4 years, and the staffing's grown, 14, almost 10% over the 4 years. So we'll probably see more increase, but that's about generally the number roughly, without knowing the exact.
Yeah, one of the factors that I think is important when we look at how the staff is growing is where the growth is occurring as well. So one of the things that would skew our data is we just did the levy for fire. So we're adding teams over there. So big boost there. Other areas, not any additions at all. For example, planning and building, static staff for quite a while.
I don't think, but you didn't get turkeys for them. So if you had like 142, and then there was 130 4 years ago, that's kind of the math I'm working off of.
We can get better data on that, guarantee. We just don't have it up to figure.
They'll be getting turkeys when they hire on.
Well, we just didn't do the Christmas dinner, so we didn't. But that's what we roughly remember. I know that's what we purchased, and that was about with the sum of, and that, like I said, included volunteers.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you for your.
Kelly, how many people total do you have working in the finance department, yourself included?
We have 7 full-time people and 1 part-time. So we have EMS billings clerk, AP clerk, deputy clerk, payroll, utility billing, and myself. Actually, I guess that's 6.
Okay, so 6 plus 1 half-time employee. Okay, thank you.
And then you cover all HR, is what it looks like in here. Charlie, are you covering any of the HR?
Yeah, we split HR, but the kind of day-to-day HR is handled by finance department, by our
Benefits.
HR assistant / payroll. And then on the policy side, recruitments and directors, at least the kind of the level of committee council, making offers, that kind of stuff. I can see that.
What department handles L&I?
L&I is handled by.
Any other questions for Kelly? Otherwise, we'll move on to Mark, PW.
Did you want me to talk about the levy?
Oh,
I have a document here, so you can read through it, but we talked about this at the last council meeting. Our plan for Proposition 1 with a fire and emergency service levy. Basically, our plan is we estimated how much it will cost over a 10-year and the money we spend is all still together with the former, expenditures and activity for that. But that's just kind of a quick summary of how we plan to do it, trying to be as transparent as possible with those activities, that money that were coming in. We also included a little chart in here, similar to what we talked about with the budget. We talked about those items is where we allocate our property taxes. So this is what we have budgeted for 2024. And you can see we have $295,000 budgeted to go to our fire prop one reserve. Although we'll reevaluate that number as we haven't had those 8 new people. We won't have them for the full year. So a portion of what is in the general property tax proposition 1 will be moved down to the reserve because we didn't spend that money.
Now, what does that reserve get used for? Does that reserve get used to pay the salaries of the firefighters?
Yeah, so we'll use that reserve. So in the first 5 years, we anticipate, and this is all again, our best estimates, we anticipate we'll have a surplus in the first 5 years, and then we'll, in years 6 through 10, we'll pull from that reserve to fund the deficit in how much it costs us versus how much we brought in from the levy. And in considering and all that, in budgets in the future, we'll have to think about what do we do in year 12, 13, 14. It's hard to project that far out, but we're doing what we can now to make sure we don't hire eight EMTs and then 3 years down the road say, never mind, got to take that back. So we're projecting, and the council approved that plan last year to try to make it sustainable for 10+ years.
Could we maybe see one of these for the 2019 Prop 1 for the police department, or like recreate? Like for the 10 years going out to like 2029, like where the money's are you looking for?
Yeah,
Another one?
it's challenging to do that, just looking back and not having been the one to do that work. We did the best we could to estimate the money, so we can provide you what we have. We didn't set money aside in a separate fund like we plan to do with this with the fire proposition money.
So, but we can't account for all those dollars that they were being spent on the police department from that.
We can give our best estimate. So just like fire money is in the general fund, like we spend all of our fire expenditures from the general fund. And whenever we get new people, it's gonna also be put into the general fund and mixed together with existing expenditures. So we can do the best we can to say what portion of the police, what portion of that was for those new positions, but it all gets intermingled. All the police officer positions are together, all the admin staff positions are together. How much more are we spending on fuel and maintenance? All those types of things. It's hard to piece apart which part is the new because of the levy load lift and what part would we have spent without it. So we can do our best to recreate that with an estimate.
One difference is in the design of the two levies. So the fire levy was intentionally set higher at the beginning to build up that balance. And the Prop 1 levy for police was set exactly at what we needed in year 1 to make those hires, with the assumption that the city could pay the increases, the 5% a year or so increases on the additional staffing. What happens there is the 5% grows faster than the 1% on property tax. So you gradually eat up all of that money with not all of the expenditures being sustained. That's why when we went to do fire, we took a 10-year approach and we looked at how do we sustain these positions for sure for 10 years with the money that we raise. So it's a different approach.
So 10 years from now, we'll need to redo another fire proposition.
10 years from now, we are going to need to have a conversation because if you look at the spread or the table here, you know, we do end up spending down that fire reserve, which means that we don't have, that we're taking one-time money basically to support ongoing expenses. So we're going to need to have a conversation. We may have the money to support those positions. The council, you know, in 5 years or so, be a great time to have a conversation about how do we want to start making these positions a little bit more sustainable. What do we want to do with fire reserve? There can be ways to smooth that out. But those are future policy conversations that are definitely set there. And a lot of that has to do with the property tax limitations that we have.
We're gonna have to have a conversation sooner than that if this EMS levy.
Well, that's going to change some things. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all of this was under the assumption that would pass, so.
Yeah.
Do we feel confident that that growth cycle from, you know, $1,150,000 to $1,700,000 over that 10-year span is going to account for promotions, raises, and as well as inflation?
We did the best we could to estimate it.
Was that kind of what you saw in the last 10 years?
This is the estimate that we have if things go like we anticipate. The outliers will be if we have a COVID and like what we just went through. No one ever expected us to have vehicles go from a 3 to 5% increase every year to a 25 in 1 year, or a staffing to do the same, or, you know, we were paying $6 for a box of gloves or supplies one day, and the next week I was paying $28 for the same exact box. So as long as anything like that doesn't happen, this gives us that 2 to 5% each and every year to help us with that as far as supplies and vehicles and funding and all those things to help that. Now, if we keep having the staffing problem that we have now and we're doing what other people are doing, that may eat into that, but not, but.
And then with the general duty fund or general fund, are we able to kind of like break that out, itemize it a lot better?
There are some categories, I believe. There should be some
There's
categories
yeah.
that should itemize everything and come down to, you should have some categories over here for fire, police, all this stuff, and then their own additional subcategories that should balance out to
And
the
then
bottom
we're
line
just not,
general.
we're just not seeing those like key subcategories. That I needed gloves, I needed, you know, medical supplies, that kind of stuff.
So with the individual, one of these bars numbers I have, you know, like Kelly at the finance side will have salaries and PERS retirement and social security if they get it, LNI, training, travel, uniforms. I mean, it breaks it all down to individual items. And I can print that out.
We generally include those two in our quarterly financial updates we post on the website. We put the summary and then all the details. So it won't go into like gloves, whatever, but it will be supplies for the police, you know, for the fire department.
Could you mail out the quarterly updates to the council so that at least they can put it on the things like that? That's at least, you know.
Thank you.
All right, so if we're getting moving to public works. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me try to let go.
No echo.
All right.
Okay, I'll just start out by giving you a little quick, broad overview of public works, and then we'll go into slides. You can copy in case you get trouble up there. It looks like a bad thing. So, public works consists of 4 separate divisions. We have engineering, public works, that's the management. David Lee, myself, Kyle Anderson, Wally, and Julie. Then we have the three operating divisions. We have Public Works Operation, which has 10 full-time employees. That's Nathan Salsina is our supervisor for that. That particular division has a number of components. We have streets, stormwater, facilities, parks, cemetery, all included in with that under Nathan's hat. We have the Public Works Solid Waste Fleet Division, Leo Jacobs supervisor. There's 7 full-time employees, 1 seasonal. We have 5 seasonals that work in operations division and 3 caretakers as well. And then the wastewater treatment division has also 10 full-time employees. Kevin Nguyen is the current supervisor. Kevin has resigned, as many of you probably know. He'll be here for, I'm hoping, about another 2 to 3 weeks. So anyway, they all have their respective functions they do within the city. So I'll go into the slide presentation itself. You can follow on the paper if it's hard to see up there. Basically, what I tried to do here, since I'm going to be leaving in about 3.5 months, I wanted to give you, once again, I did this last year when we did this. We looked at the priorities for the department, what's the most important things that I see coming up for the city in the realm of the Public Works Department. And a lot of what I do is driven by 2 things, maintenance, obviously, the overlays, fixing pipes that are broken, treatments, wastewater and stormwater. But then we also have to deal with growth as well. And a lot of the capital projects, things that we're dealing with are growth related. I use a little different metric for looking at growth. I look at connections for wastewater. It's a fairly good metric for me to use. It's not directly, council member earlier said about 2.7. It's about, we use 2.59 persons per household basically, and you can do the math and find how many are going to be coming in. Now we're also in the midst of the comprehensive plan update. We interviewed consultants to do that yesterday, and we'll be interviewing those for the climate change thing, which was discussed at the last council meeting coming up. And Charlie will be talking about that, I know, on that side of things. But that plays heavily in what we plan as well, because we have to plan for our road capacity and particular our wastewater capacity based on the number of people that we serve. And I've expressed to you a couple times recently that I've been looking at that growth and keeping a pretty close track on that. I'll be passing all of that institutional knowledge on to my successor as well. But it does mean our treatment plant in particular is now a little over 22 years since the last upgrade. It's actually overdue. A lot of that equipment lasts 15 to 20 years. Of course, we replace it when it wears out. But we also run into technological things. Some of the equipment that we have, we can no longer get parts for. So you have to end up milling parts to make them and stuff. So a periodic upgrade to your plant will deal with things like that. And we can see that coming up in the near future. So priority number 1, transportation. And this is basically a combination of maintenance, as I mentioned, and also the growth aspects. Our Jones John Liner Trail Road corridor projects, which you heard me talk about a number of times in recent months. We just submitted on February 28th a raise grant request through the federal government, which was about $24.3 million towards a $30 million project, which if funded would build all of the rest of the projects to make the corridor a functioning, viable project. We'll hear on that on June 27th, I think is the date that was in the statute and the legislation. Last year, we didn't hear until September, but I think Congress told them to tighten up their act, and they're supposed to have that out sooner this time. So we're optimistic about that. I think we had a really good application, as we've talked about. We'll have a $6 million local match, which we identified in the process of your approval of the grant application. The other side of things is our annual maintenance projects. We've got a big one this year. As you know, from approving the new early opportunities TIB application that we submitted in the last 2 weeks. We were able to get that in time. And I think we have a fairly good chance of getting that. It's almost $500,000, which will support council's goals that you've stated on sidewalk repair and maintenance. So that's going to go a long way towards handling some of our backlog on that, really help out with not having to go out and knock on a lot of doors to get sidewalks fixed. We have our annual pavement projects that we do, overlays, about $250,000 a year that we budget for that out of a combination of REIT funds and our transportation benefit district. We use some of that for match for things like our TIB arterial preservation projects, which we've been pretty successful at. We've gotten $400,000 to $500,000 a year for the last 3 or 4 years from TIB. And so we put together the match for that, and then we can overlay projects. We've done Cook Road last year. We did Trail Road before that. We did, I forget the one the previous of that, but just about every year for the last 3, 4, we've done that. And this year we have Reed Street that we're going to do from Highway 20 all the way to Sap Road. So that's coming up this year. Combining that with the Complete Streets money that we've had for several years, we're also going to rebuild some sidewalks from basically 3rd to 4th down near the alternative school, replacing sidewalks and Central School area, I should say, on State Street and also on Nelson. Fill in some gaps on State Street itself to get a complete pedestrian path all the way from downtown to the community center, which we don't currently have. It's all included in that. And so we're rolling that all into one package. Originally thinking we'd do separate contracts, but it's all similar work. So we're going to do it as one package. We're just about done designing that. Hoping to have that out no later than May. Probably advertised in the last week of April. You'll be seeing that when we get ready to go to ad. I'll bring a more comprehensive review of that. And the third thing in transportation is a focus on sidewalk repair and maintenance, including the ADA ramps, pieces like that we've identified in our 2019 ADA transition plan. And again, we're using Complete Streets dollars to pick away at that. There's another opportunity for Complete Streets up to $500,000 coming up in August. And we'll be looking at submitting for that again and continuing this process of updating all of the ramps and other efficiencies that we have in town on that regard. So the next slide is just of the Jones-John Liner corridor itself. We've seen that quite a few times. Basically, it connects Jones and John Liner with the railroad undercrossing, which BNSF is telling us they're going to build this the second quarter of the year. I've been finding out from my little birdie within the BNSF organization that they've got quite a bit of turmoil going on right now. They did a reduction of force of almost 20% system-wide. So fortunately, the guys we've been working with survived that, most of them, but some of the administrators we work with didn't. So we're still assuming they'll get that built for us, but that's the one caveat I have on that. There's quite a bit of turmoil going on within an organization. The next map shows the overall, and you can see there that the parts that are in bold are the components of the RAISE application itself. And then the other parts in blue are ones that we have either built or funded already. The parts that are built or funded, that amounts to almost $15 million of the total project. And then the RAISE application, as I said, was about $30 million between the grant and the local. So we can move on now to the second priority. Next slide is the sewer system. Again, related to both maintenance and growth. And I want to emphasize this fact. There's a maintenance component that our existing taxpayers are responsible for handling, and that is when the plant wears out, it has to be rebuilt. So that we have to do regardless. And so because our plant is at that 22-year plus range, we're pretty much there where we're going to have to do that regardless. I've been mentioning to you over the last 6 months that we're at the point that we had projected in our capital plan that we would need to start our facility planning process. That's required by our permit from the Department of Ecology when we get 85% of either the influent flow or the biological loading. That's in terms of BOD and total suspended solids biological oxygen. Or we're within 5 years of being at capacity, we have to start a facility plan process. That takes about a year. That'll look at the plan. That'll look at what it's going to take to upgrade it, to take care of the worn out process. It'll also look at current technology, and it'll look for expanding the plant for the next 20 years of potential growth. That ties right into what's happening with building and planning on the update of the comp plan, because they're going to, one of the early items for them to do is to come up with the, working with our planning staff, work with the expected growth over the next 20 years. Now, the last cycle, we didn't get anywhere close to the 1,700 person growth that they had projected. But it looks like going forward here for the next few years, we've got growth that's above what we had originally projected coming up for the next few years. So there's kind of a crossing line that's going to happen here between what we've got to do anyway for maintenance and what we really need to do to allow for growth going forward. And it's really important to have a financial plan that allows you to do that upgrade without raising rates through the roof. And we've been doing that, as you know, over the last 10 years and more. We've been looking at rates and planning for this increase when it hits. So when that facility plan is done, it'll recommend an upgrade to the plant, is what I'm assuming, which would add 2 major structures and some other infrastructure to go along with that. And that potentially could start construction in 2026 and complete in 2027, given a year or two. So that's coming up. And on the slide that's up there now, you'll see the estimated cost for that. That's item number 3, is in the $18 to $20 million range. These numbers we have been inflating in our capital plan every year, but this year I am taking another look at that. That's part of the comprehensive plan update, to look at both the sewer plan and the transportation plan, make sure we've got those dialed in correctly for the next 20 years. Those estimates, I did those with the plan update in 2016, working with our consultant at the time. With all of that inflation that we've talked about a number of times, I think that's probably going to be up in the 20 to 25 million. I think we'll still be okay with what we've been doing. And something I wanted to just express to you is going to be really important. One of the ways we'll fund this plant is by the war chest we've been building up with sewer connection fees that we collect on every individual house or commercial development that goes in. We've got about $4 million right now in the can for that. That potentially could grow by another 2 to 3 before the time comes when we have to finance and build that plant. So those things work together. Growth is not a bad thing in that regard, because if every equivalent residential unit brings in almost $10,000 into our funding. So there's a real balance that we have to look at there, so that the development that's already taken place has already paid those things. The development that's coming will pay as well. And all that works together so that when we get to that day where we have to figure out our finance plan for that facility, we have the growth component covered by money that we have in the bank, and we're not having to borrow that money to pay that in the future, which is a cost to all of our ratepayers. So that's the scheme and the method behind the madness. So we've been working on, the first item was the interim capacity adjustments to make sure we have the full capacity that, as the plan is currently designed, available to us for these last few years. And we've been pretty successful with that. Building the new lab ops building allowed us to put in service the anoxic tank, which hadn't been operated for 22 years. That's been operating. We're still working on the numbers. It looks like it's helping with treatment as well, which is what we hope to see. what it was originally designed to do, but we never did. And we've done some other mechanical improvements to the system that it runs much better than it did. We were having a threat of overflows every time we had these really high rain events prior to doing those modifications 3 years ago. So that part of the plan has been working rather well. And the last thing on this page is our annual collection system upgrades. We budget 350 to 450,000 a year to do those. That's going out and upgrading by either lining or replacing our old 8-inch and 10-inch lines that are our collector lines citywide. In the older part of town, we have a significant amount of concrete pipe lines that are well beyond their useful life. Concrete in particular degrades under the gases that's generated by sewage, and eventually the top of the pipe basically is gone. You just have a hole in the ground. So if we can catch them before they collapse and line them, that's what we do. And unfortunately, the last couple of years, we haven't been able to get a project out because we've been so busy with other things. Part of the reason that we were so anxious to get our assistant city engineer hired, because that's the position that will be designing those projects for us on a yearly basis so we can get those done. Prior to 3 years ago, David and I were in between the two of us able to get those designs out. We've been too successful with coming up with funds for other projects and just simply haven't been able to do that. But should be able to restart that process again next year. The next slide is just a not very good one, showing the overall wastewater treatment plant site. I'll not spend any time on that for the interest of time. The next priority is the next slide is stormwater management. We operate under an ecology permit for stormwater maintenance. We're responsible for not just keeping our system, our municipal system in order, but also the private facilities that are in town. We have to inspect those once a year. Wally Hoyt, that's one of his major responsibilities, and we keep track of the maintenance on that. We notify them if they're not doing it. Prior to 7 or 8 years ago, nobody was doing it on the private level. Now they're not doing too bad, keeping them mowed, keeping their discharge structures cleaned out, things like that. Very important part of what we do. One thing we hadn't done up till now, I've been budgeting it for years, but not having completed it, was an update to our stormwater management plan. So we have that in the budget for this year. We've advertised for consultant services. We're closing on that on the 26th, and we'll begin the selection process to do that. That's also necessary to support what we're doing with our comprehensive plan update. So that ties right into that. We have a chapter in the comprehensive plan for all of the utilities, stormwater being one, solid waste being one, and sewer being the other. And so we have hired consultants that you've approved to update those chapters of the plan that will support the work that Hiller and the planning department is doing. One other thing we're going to look at carefully in the stormwater management plan is if we should be adding in a process for collecting connection fees or development charges for development for the stormwater system as well. Some people do that. They have about a $680 charge in Burlington for that. I think Anacortes has one of $1,200 or something like that. Mount Vernon doesn't. Some agencies do and some don't. But I think it's necessary to have that so that development is also paying in a part of that overall system maintenance that we have to do. That reflects the growth and the additional burden that places on our staff to do that. Next slide is our parks capital projects. We're very excited that we're getting close on the Olmsted Park. As I mentioned to you, we've had some permitting issues. We do have it in front of the right sets of eyes, both at ecology and in the Corps of Engineers. We're waiting for the National Fish and Wildlife Service of the federal government to say that what our determination of no impact or effect on wetlands up on that site, impacting the wetlands down below the site, If they concur with that, then we'll be able to get that permit out, we think, in the next couple of weeks. And hopefully can make our May advertisement date on that project. That project right now, the phase one infrastructure, which we'll be going to bid, is about 2.7 million. The actual construction contract will be somewhere in the 2.1 million. The rest of it is design, permitting, and all those other things that goes into making those projects possible. That's going to, let's go ahead and move ahead to the slide, Woody, 2 down, that shows the map of the site. That's going to pay for all the infrastructure. 1 back, please. That's going to pay for all of the infrastructure project, part of the project that'll bring in the sewer and water services. That'll build the parking lot. That'll rebuild all of the lawn area to the right side of the screen. That will become parkland. That's currently kind of built as a parking lot for the annual fish event that Wildcat Steelhead Club has. It'll also build the caretaker residence to the right side of the screen, and the restroom facility, which is next to that, the park sign, and a storage building that'll go along with that. And then we have the sidewalks and trails that go along with it, and the stormwater pond, which is that kind of lodging shaped thing that's in the lower left-hand part of the site there.
Hey, Mark, if volunteers are building a bridge near the gatehouse.
Yes, I'll point that out too. There's a orange box on the right-hand side of the screen, and the loop around that Thompson Pond there. There's a volunteer group from Janicki Industries that's going to be building that bridge. It's in design right now. We're assisting them with the permitting and surveying and that kind of stuff. They hope to build that this summer. And the Skagit Trail Builders has taken on as their project for this summer to build the loop trail or to improve it. It already exists kind of as a goat track for part of it. Part of it's a roadway. They're going to improve that loop trail all the way around the pond. So in conjunction with what we're doing, we're going to have that facility built as well. So this is going to be a pretty walkable site when we're all done. There'll be the loop trail all the way around the entire 14-acre site, plus the one down there. So moms and dog walkers will have a good time using this facility.
I think this would be wonderful, not only for the city, but for all those neighborhoods nearby it that don't have close access.
Yeah, we've been lacking a good parks facility up there. Unfortunately, when the Dukes Hill development was built, the city accepted that Power Line Park, which is totally unusable up there, as the parks part of that. So this is going to provide that facility. And by the way, our parks impact fees, again, which comes from development, is providing a big chunk of our funds that are going to go into this thing. So every time we collect what now is a $2,000 charge per equivalent residential unit, it goes into our kitty for paying for projects like this. So if you could go back a couple of slides, Charlie, to that list I had, priority 4. Memorial Park, as you know, was actually completed in 2023. We had the grand opening for that. The final cost was about $980,000. The things that are still to do this summer are doing the plantings and the shelters. I put it in my update for this week, but Rotary has voted to fund the materials for the shelters at $20,000. And Nathan thinks we've got $5,000 in our budget that he can throw into that. We think that'll be adequate to buy the materials, and then our crew can build that under the rules for day labor. That's under the limit that we have for that. So we're planning to build those this summer as well. And that'll basically complete Memorial Park in 2024, which we're really looking forward to.
Homestead.
Yeah. Then I should back up to Homestead and tell the rest of the story on that. You approved at the last council meeting preparing the RCO grant that we are planning to apply for the phase 2 improvements to the playground and the sports courts, which is one thing that we don't have funded currently. Current estimate for that's about 650,000. RCO would provide 50% of that. We've identified park impact fees as the other 50%, kind of betting on the come a little bit because we're seeing that there's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 connections this year. That'll provide us with $200,000, which we'll be able to use as match for that. So, and then the last thing that we don't have funded yet is the 4 picnic shelters that go along with that project, estimated at about $640,000. We're looking at that being probably a couple of Rotary President projects to build those up there. We think that would be pretty attractive to them to do that. And in fact, when we had the open house, the mayor can tell you that we touted that quite a little bit and they were amenable to that. So what a great club that is for us to work with. Been a pleasure to do that over the years. The last project, we haven't done much other than putting it in the capital plan, but we own the property for what we hope will become the Reed Street Park at some point in the future. And again, that's a set of neighborhoods that really don't have good park facilities. They have to, the kids have to cross Highway 20 to get down to the facilities we have in Metcalf. So this was a good thing to be planning for in the future. Some years down the road, I'm showing design in 26, construction in 27. That's probably, again, subject to how funds come in to do that, but that'll be the next one we'll look at planning for. So we can go back to the slide of the park itself. Then yep, and then one more. That's the Memorial Park site, which you've seen before. We'll go on from that to priority 5. So Public Works Department personnel. Now you've heard a lot about that from the other directors today. We're experiencing the same pressure, somewhat growth related as well. Some of it when we had the recession back in 2008, we let several people go, for instance, from the wastewater plant and from Public Works operation that retired, we never replaced. Now we gradually got that back up, and right now Nathan has advertised for a position which will fill that final position. We had actually done it last year and hired a good man, but he decided to go back to where he came from. He was a Skagit County Public Works person, decided this wasn't his ball of wax, and so that position was vacated. We're going to refill that hopefully in the next month. And then we have a vacancy coming up with the retirement of John Warline, who has worked with the city for many decades now. So he has to hire this year. Kind of adds to what Kelly was talking about, the other ones that need to be replaced. Solid waste, we did hire to that department. We're fully staffed for that, for what we look at as being the next bubble in that. We're anticipating we're going to have to add another half-time route to that to deal with the additional connections we've had. Again, growth, it directly impacts waste because you can only carry so much in the trucks. And we went through this when we met with, when we talked about the rate adjustments last fall, but we're anticipating that driver will be helping with that using one of our second line trucks, the ones that are taken offline when we get a new one. We have 2 on order right now that we kind of like the chief talked about, we've been waiting for a long time. They should be coming in sometime in the second quarter of this year. And we'll rotate the existing first line trucks into second line and sell the older ones that we've been holding on to. But we are anticipating that sometime in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll have to buy another truck to make up for that. Leo does a good job of stretching the equipment that we have. We've been doing it for years. We'll continue to do that, especially as we look at things like rate impacts and stuff like that. But just wanted to make you aware that growth is driving us to add some additional service, some additional routing. Also, you have funded in the budget, but we have yet to fill the mechanic position. We ran into a number of difficulties with that. We advertised for a lead mechanic, and we simply weren't able to get one with the funds we were able to pay. And so we did have an internal candidate that's fully qualified for that, but it kind of creates another problem. It's a lateral transfer from the wastewater department, which we're already short on operators there. So that's a little bit of a problem for us. So we're anticipating when we're ready to implement that, after we get the superintendent position filled and all of that solved, we'll look at advertising for an operator two. And once he's on and trained, we can then transfer the lateral and get our mechanic position filled. In the meantime, we're still having to farm everything out. Some of this is related to the union and the way they looked at that. It's just the way it went. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to have a good person for that, and we'll be able to come up with stuff really quickly. Wastewater is the last one. As I mentioned, Kevin Wynn has resigned. He is going to stay. His last full week is next week. We're looking at having him remain as a half-time for another couple of weeks. We've got a lot of things that I really can't talk about here going on down there with the staff. They're very nervous about Kevin leaving. We have his position to fill, my leaving, and just some other things that we're trying to keep some stability as long as we can until we get his position filled, or at least we have a good plan on it. So that's going on as well. And we have an open position down there. We were planning to put another OIT down there and hire him this time of year, but right now I put it out on hold until we got all the other things taken care of. So the last slide for me is priority number 6 is the Public Works Operations Facility. We actually have that designed about 90%. It's a 70 by 75 pole building, basically. It has 4 bays in it, which will hold 8 vehicles, and that's where we're going to move in our solid waste vehicles to keep them out of the rain in the winter time in particular. So it's been designed. I'm working on permitting also. Some of this money that you get from legislature comes with some pretty good strings that you don't always anticipate. They required an environmental process that went beyond what we'd already done on the other building we already had built. So I've got a tribal consultation going on now, which will take about a month. When we're done with that, then we can finalize the contract with Commerce, and then we can advertise for bids. We'll be ready to do that by the time all of that gets finished. You'll be seeing that contract coming your way sometime in the next month. So anyway, that building is underway. The other things that still need to happen, the fuel tanks for the facility down there, we built the pad and it's plumbed, but we haven't got the tanks yet. Originally, Leo thought we could cut a deal with our suppliers to furnish the tanks, and we would pay a surcharge on the fuel. We got no bids for that when we advertised it. So we ended up extending our existing fuel bid with AP Petroleum, and we're still trying to work out something with them to get the tanks that we need to get that part of the system fully functional. So that's basically it for this. Just one last thing to mention: when we do the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, the new structures we will add will conflict or be located where we have part of our Public Works Operations building. We have 2 buildings that will have to go away. So a part of the treatment plant construction is an allowance to demolish those buildings and rebuild new structures on the property south of where we have paved now at the site there. So we've got some other slides. I'll just quickly go through that show some of the buildings and things like that. This again is that 4 slide of the site. If you go to the next one, Charlie, this is the, that doesn't show up very well. You can see it better in your handout. That shows the 70 by 75 foot pole building in relation to the existing parking lot and the public works facility. And then the last slide is the building itself. Pretty plain vanilla building, but it's what we need to make this work. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to take them.
Mark, I just had a question about the traffic one. We can pull slide 2 up again. Thank you for everything you're doing, by the way. It's actually pretty saddening that you're going to be retiring. You might want to rethink that.
My wife won't let me.
On the traffic, we have It seems like there's a lot more traffic within town, and definitely there's a lot more traffic coming from the east. And what's been noticed by people is it's not just coming down from the east to go, or not just going up to east to the new factories that are built up there, but they're going to I-5 and they're dispersing wherever, and then coming back up and going east. So east is growing for sure, but everything comes down 20, and then we get to the Jones and John Liner. So either people can take Fruitendale and go up through McGargyle, which puts us right by a school, or they go down 20 and go up 9, which puts us right by a school, and then goes over and out. Is there anything considering what we're doing? I know when the comp plan made, there was one factory up in Hamilton that got built up, but now there's 2 additional ones, and then a third one that's starting this year. And then that's driving growth within Hamilton, Lyman, Bergen, I mean, all the way up.
And every bit of it comes through Sedro-Woolley pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. All of it's gonna come through 20. You know, some might go down Minkler, but right now, our basic path of travel where we direct everybody, once they get to that point, is like stay on 20 and go right through the north side of town. I live up there in Ward 2, and it gets pretty congested we always put schools on the road. So both intersections where Gargyle and 9 are gonna be right there at that school, taking people to Jones and John Liner so they can get back down to Cook.
Yeah, of course, the project itself, if you go back to that colored slide, Charlie, I think it's the next one.
Right there.
Yeah. I don't know how well you can see it on there. You certainly can on your other slides, but the project begins at Highway 9 and John Liner Road with a roundabout. That's of course funded and in design. We're getting close to 90% design. Right-of-way acquisition should be starting. And that's planned for construction in 2025. That by itself is going to help traffic immensely in that area.
Especially around schools.
Yeah, it's going to be painful for that year of constructing it because we can't really build it at night because of the residential zone. We're still working on a traffic control plan to try to split some of the traffic onto Fruitdale going north and Sap and Reed coming south, so that we can build this thing in 30 days. That would be, it's going to be painful, but that would be the way to do it if we can make that logistically work. If we have to build it with traffic through it, the engineers are telling me right now, because of the nighttime restraint, we're not going to be able to build it in the window we've got for school, and that's going to be a disaster. So we're working hard to try to avoid that. But once that's done, at least, that's going to greatly help the congestion problems we're having at that intersection. So, and then of course, once the corridor itself is done, that'll take some pressure off of Highway 20, about 7,000 vehicles a day at full build out. So that'll help quite a little bit with that, at least for the traffic that originates from Highway 9 is just trying to get through town and go out to Cook Road or to Highway 20. So we don't have a good answer for all of that traffic coming from upriver. Eventually, and this is going to be the state's responsibility if it comes, because this is not our traffic. Eventually, they could see the need to add 2 lanes to Highway 20. We were trying to avoid that by doing what we're doing in our thing, but your employer is getting ahead of us. So,
well, it's been in the book for a little bit, but Minkler, is that an opportunity? And is that
there is some opportunity to do something with that.
Because right now on north side, as people go around these schools, and Minkler takes you to Jameson to a school too, all it does is upset the residents because people get congested, and then it diverts people away from town. So the local businesses are saying, hey, we want kind of people to come our way, but we're kind of creating this like natural corridor of going to Winthrop, coming up to Baker, or whichever, people traveling through to just, we're making it easier for them to stay farther away from town. And it's just creating this congestion on the north side. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Throw it out there.
Mark, I have a question. If you were gonna go down south and then go to North Reed, would there be any thought to the stop sign not taking a left out of there? Like, would there be any change there? Because it's already bad with people trying to take a left.
Yeah, we've talked about a temporary signal,
Oh.
which you can do that. They have trailer mounted signals you can put in, or span wire signals. So that's all still in the planning right now, but something will have to be done. You know, with the traffic more or less the southbound traffic coming. They're mostly gonna be right turning, they're not gonna be left turning anyway. At least that's my take on it.
It's always that one. That one, it's gonna be turning that left and you're stuck there.
Yeah, it's difficult to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any other questions?
With the sewer system upgrades, you're talking about a possible increase of over 18 million of, and we should be thinking ahead of it being more 20 to 25. What should we be thinking ahead and looking, and maybe it's something Public Works Committee can discuss, but thinking ahead and looking at the possibility of having to increase those hookup fees in order to project that?
We've pretty much done that, with the annual rate increases, what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the
increase.
hookups.
Yeah, the increase.
Additional
Yeah,
increases.
that's
in
something when we
hookups.
do the rate analysis this
That we
year,
can
needs
discuss.
to be looked at.
It seems like a big amount to try to take on.
Let's put that on the agenda for our meeting in April.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Right, well, thank you, Mark. Thank you, all directors for coming in and presenting good information. Yeah, so dinner is here. Kelly, do you have a specific way of doing this or anything's up there? Name is on there. Name, okay, name's on the bottom.
Yeah,
I know, me too.
No. Unless we were able to get it, I told her to review it on Monday. The first thing she gets here, make sure everything was covered.
I don't see any, I don't see any, all you gotta do is pass turkey.
I was writing it down.
Turkey. How many places give you turkeys?
For Thanksgiving.
No, for hiring employees.
I don't know. Ask Nick, he's the one that brought it up.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So when you looking at I was the picture that you kept referring to. I know that happened with Skagit 911. I mean, they had to go in and, I mean, all of their servers look like that.
It's a common thing in the industry,
Yeah.
and it's just priorities have changed as the year that IT has gone on. And, we're not the only one that I've seen that. I'm sure 911 isn't the only one.
Yeah, and in fact, it got to a place where they said they weren't even able to, they didn't know if they would even be able to take some of the calls, if they were gonna be overloaded and people, it was really a mess, but they poured a lot of money into it. I'm just really curious. Cleaning that up, you'll probably have to hire, you'll have to contract, right, and some of that.
I'm hoping I can get like an intern or two.
Okay.
Because, we first need to verify, all ports are labeled correctly. I'm confident on this side. The public safety side, I'm not so confident on. And then once we have a good idea of what's connected, where we can actually see, it's like, all right, well, this bunch of cables is connected but not being used, so let's get rid of those. And I'm hoping to just do the patch panel
My drink order.
and then switch, so it's just like a one foot patch. Makes it easier to find.
Order 7-7.
Yeah, you.
Okay, well, I do know that they had to hire, they had a contract. Make that. Why did you do that way?
I'd rather not.
Me?
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I don't remember. Oh, turkey.
So you get ranch or what's your side dish?
Oh, that?
Yes.
Oh, there's a bunch of them over there. Oh. You ready for it?
I just.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go around and updates and posters with it. It's always been that.
Hey Woody, sir, I had a question if you don't mind. I didn't have enough time during your presentation, but your RMM that you're looking at. Under that, it says, it mentions a ticketing system within that RMM.
Yeah, some of them do have that included.
Yeah.
It just makes it easier for linking trouble tickets to the actual computer. So if it's set up correctly, you can assign a task to somebody, have that asset associated with it, and then they can just click on it. It'll prompt the user, oh, do you want to let XYZ in? And pulling metrics, it's a huge help too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So you guys have like a online work ticket log for?
Right now we're using email. So we have a help desk cat, and both of the IT people are associated with it. And we just reply all when we're addressing it, so then that way the other person knows somebody's working on it.
We have a really good system. It's a few years old. I forget the name of it. We use it every day. It's for our facilities maintenance stuff, but IT also, like, we also get, sometimes mistakenly, they send us an IT request.
Is it ServiceNow? I know ServiceNow is pretty popular.
I forget the name of it, but I log into it every day because I just have a link on my desktop.
Yeah.
But we used to have an IT department, and then Jeff Oz retired, and Jesse, who was our guy, went to the, not the county, but the port district over Skagit County Port for their massive, he took the job because of the fiber that they're doing. So we effectively dissolved our IT department completely. And now we use Northwest Technologies out of Ferndale. And so they have their own work ticket software that we use to like give them a trouble ticket. But the system that we use for maintenance works perfectly in tandem with what we would use for like an IT help desk trouble ticket log.
Oh yeah.
But I wonder if the RMM tool would give you a ticketing system like that.
A few that I have worked with do. Some of them, they will balance one more than the other. But I miss it. I wouldn't think I would ever say that before I moved away from the managed service provider world or the private sector. But it gets a bit harder when you're just working off an email and then you're going spot to spot, and then 5 people stop you. It's like, oh, hey, by the way, I'm having issues with X, Y, Z.
No, and that, so if you have the software, all of those trouble ticket logs it's all documented, right? So we print ours off after we've completed them. We have a binder every year of like, we had to do like, 400 or 500 different work tickets that year. And so when our boss goes in front of council and says, hey, we need a little bit more in our budget, he brings these binders in and he goes, okay, these are these guys' jobs, that their responsibility for maintenance that they do every day. And then these are all the things that they did this year that were extra, that were like, not routine maintenance. And so, yeah, having those metrics helps. And then the other question I had was your entire HVAC system throughout the entire city. Is that ran off of a computer controlled system, or do you guys have individual thermostats for everything?
I think in each individual area has its own thermostat. I don't really know how it's controlled or who controls or who sets the limits for it. I was told what the server rooms are, and I told them that sounds great to me. And that's all I've had to do with that.
Because we have to go back and forth on ours, because we use carrier system controls. So every building in the city I can get on the laptop and I can control each building. Like the entire system. It's like this really cool interactive display that you get to see everything. But we've really been trying to get IT to allow. And because of security reasons in the past, they had these issues with it, but now they don't really care because it's a third party. So like you have whatever you want, but we want the access from our phones instead of having to plug a laptop into a secured port in each building. It gets really cumbersome. So I just wondered if you guys.
I think that system's, it's not super hefty cost, but it's a little bit of a hefty cost, right? You don't see it integrate the entire network.
If we don't already have it, we can't afford it.
Yeah. And how many buildings does Burlington have? That they're maintaining?
7.
Yeah, I'd have to ask Nathan to see what we got for that, but
Yeah.
to my knowledge, we don't have anything that fancy.
Plus the Carnegie Library, we just reacquired. It was, the school district was running it for $1 a year.
Oh,
Which I don't understand the $1 a year rentals. I mean, if you want to make some money, you rent something out for market cost if it's but we got that back from the school district, but they had ATS controls, which are similar. So we would have to pay a lot of money to switch over to that. So we just pulled that thing out, and put a manual thermostat under.
I wonder if,
It's a nice library, by the way, bro.
it is, I was just gonna say, like, because it's a government or bid process, shouldn't I have an ability to bid? I'd give $2. Yeah, I would love to. In fact,
I wanted to lease the old Sedro-Woolley Library for $1 a year. I would have found a business to put in there and make money hand over fist. That drives me nuts because especially leasing it to a nonprofit like the YMCA.
So since it's already.
That is.
seemed like a good thing for a while, and then I hear more and more. More and more kids are filling office there. Or like, you know, it's like certain, it became like a clique or a certain type of group can go in there and feel comfortable. And a lot more other kids who just want to go play and stuff, but it's comfortable.
Right.
So it really wasn't, it didn't serve a purpose to accommodate to the entire community as a whole.
Maybe stick around for the rest.
We have one of those in Mount Vernon right down by the YMCA, just down from the high school when I was going to high school there. And that place was like fights and like you didn't go there.
Our YMCA had a half ramp on the inside. And I mean, it was like, you know, this kind of parties on. Yeah, you're right, a lot of fights, but it was still a lot of fun when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
They get in fights and play around and stuff.
Does the city still,
No, I.
does the city still own the old city hall building? What's in there?
Hall,
Yeah, what's in the city hall building?
it's currently being renovated.
Are you talking the one here in Sedro?
Yeah, downtown.
Yeah, Peter Jackey on that, they started there doing an apartment. building.
Oh,
Going
okay.
into apartments.
I just.
It would have been a cool one to trade with. Yeah.
If it wasn't for those levels, I would have been on that one.
Was it like the levels that were going?
Well, I mean,
It's got us, you walk in and there's
ADA.
no,
oh, yeah. there's no-
because the jail used to be down below, so you
Yeah.
walk in and it's an instant split level, there is no ground floor.
Yeah, but it's cool going
It
in the
is
chambers
really
and in
cool.
the jail and you're like.
Yeah, the jail's really neat. I just had a guy come in and he's like, yeah, there used to be in that jail. Kids came into the jail.
Did you get any of the stuff like the jail bars for the museum or
Well,
anything?
she's talking about some of the things that they're not gonna use it.
I think that would be
Yeah.
awesome, just to
Yeah.
be able to have like a makeshift jail with the original jail bars.
Right, yeah. They're,
Probably some stories from the old jail too.
yeah, like one guy, he set it on fire. But they didn't check him and they drove on fire. But it's perished.
So.
Didn't have anybody cool like Billy the Kid stay there.
Just local family members.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, Sedro-Woolley was always known for fights.
That's where we went on.
Used to be.
Yeah, so everybody just showed downtown on the weekend and they
My
get drunk.
neighbor's
and
house.
fight.
When it was.
But they
heavy
just-
logging industry,
and he
people come
did,
in on the weekends.
he did,
Come into town.
It was like the Wild West.
It gets large, there would be a portable jail in the middle of the street.
They did a good job.
So if we're kind of ready to move on, now that you've had a chance to eat a little bit, so the packet, in the last couple of packets, we've had the survey of the parks. And so we wanted to know if you guys wanted to have discussion regarding that. If there's any comments that you had to make about that?
I did. On the, for the Parks and Rec,
Yes. Yes.
I did have a couple of questions on various parts of that. I think. With the, Park and Rec being like the number one thing for the community. Maybe I did it. This one did economic development. And the downloads. I had all of them. So there we go. 76 pages. We went through a lot of the charts and stuff on that guy. There was a couple that I highlighted as far as like what people seem to kind of be interested in. I should be able to pull up the pages here. I heard a lot of feedback, and once we got it to where it was more user friendly, it seemed like a lot more people were able to use it. So page 14, it's the availability of information about recreational offerings in the community. There seemed to be a pretty high interest in the fact that, let me go back here because this is that fun, that it needed to be a little bit better. It was either poor or fair. Some people didn't really have a lot, 10% didn't really have a lot, but the overall general consensus was 33 for fair, 35 for poor. And that's, you know, aiming towards how do people get that information, right? There was a couple other items in there, a lot of bar charts. I think just the regular one on page 17 of 76. Recreational programs. That was another high one that either people don't know or they rated them as poor. And so it's like the community engagement when it came to the parks, I think, saw a lot of feedback. A lot of people like weighed in and were like from all around, because most people like to take their kids outside. And the way I feel about it, and I made this known before, is like, I'm not into the tourism town. I don't think we'll ever be Leavenworth or Port Townsend, nor would I ever advise us to ever aim that direction. But just having fun in our own backyards, you know, creating the good place to go. We do have actually a lot of programs. I mean, we have like softball parks and we have horsebacks, we have all this stuff. But I've been driving this for a little while and it takes us up to that first page. There's a couple more in here. But when you go down the list in the beginning of this document, we're kind of counting out that like, okay, Parks and Rec was the first thing on that list. And then a big part of that was going to be, I'll pull it up right now. Yeah, was going to be redesigning the website for engagement, updating website for overall marketing and city and parks, interactive map. And I don't, Woody's not here, but if we were to pull up the website right now, I do not find it user friendly myself. And the interactive map, it's Google Map, but it's not like three-dimensional. It's not like, it doesn't even show the satellite view. And you just see these little dots and you can tap on them, but it doesn't even show you pictures or anything. I mean, go to Paula's
Promenade, yeah.
promenade. Yeah. It just says Paula's promenade. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't have like really like a picture, a visual showing like, hey, this is what it's like and where it is in town and stuff. And so I thought that's what we were talking about in 2021 when we had that strategic planning meeting. And then later on in various discussions in the committee and then in the council about updating this website is like Parks and Rec is a big thing for the community. Can we showcase it? Can we update it to where it's on there? And if I go to the website, I really have a hard time finding that location of the interactive map that's mentioned in here is complete. And then it's not interactive. So I would move that from complete to incomplete and see if Woody could take a peek at it. I think we spent 10,000 on that or something like that, maybe more.
What was the budget on that?
I don't recall off the top of my
I
head.
don't
Woody's got it.
It was pretty high at the time and it took like 2 years for Bill to kind of get it together. But I don't think that we really achieved what we were looking for, especially if that park is number one. And there's more in the survey I could probably talk about, I'm trying to think of the whole floor, but those are a lot of items for like, hey, what do we got going on here?
I agree with you overall that, the website is difficult. Believe it or not, we did update the website. But I do find it difficult to navigate. In fact, Charlie and I've had this conversation and maybe possibility of actually going with a different format, something that is more user-friendly, more intuitive than, what this is. So, I mean, I'm even having trouble finding things that I need to find to. So-
Burlington's,
Yeah.
and that's.
Too clunky, it's not like
Yeah.
new age, it's not like pocket. Yeah,
Well, with AI advancements, I bet you can really pop if you find the right,
well, I don't want AI controlling our website.
It'll save money.
Terminator.
There are providers in the website space as well. This was, the update we did was based upon our original contract with our current host for our website. So it was kind of just an incremental marginal refresh. We have discovered in the last year or so that there are some other providers out there with some pretty exciting products. So we could do anything from let's work with our current setup to let's just redo the website.
I think if it's a main focus of this town for people, because we're in a technological age, they can go to that website, they can find a lot of information. And I wouldn't deter them from coming down to the office and being able to speak to people. But if you're going to Parks and Rec, like, you should be able to have some engagement, find out games that are happening, find out things. In these particular parks, are there any events? And could I, what's opportunities for renting it out? And then take out information that's not, that's more obsolete, like a park board, right? It's been on there since before I came on and it's been obsolete. There's nothing there. And it's just incomplete information.
Yeah, I received an email that asked who was on the current Parks and Rec board because they couldn't get a hold of anybody.
Yeah.
And we're
we
trying
don't
to contact
have a
them,
current Parks and Rec.
response.
Actually, it's your guys' committee. We turned it over to your guys' committee, so the Parks Committee.
Public Works.
The park circuit, all the parks connecting together, that would go to strategic planning, and the parks themselves would be within the public works.
Right.
And then I think collaboration to see like, okay, is this something, maybe it doesn't make sense to link the parks together as one thing, but I think I've seen more parks in this city than I've seen in a lot of places. In like Paulsbo and Port Angeles.
And as much as I love
Silverdale.
parks, I do have concern though that we may not have the staff to maintain them. The boots on the ground in the departments. They're stretched thin. We keep getting projects every summer kicked down the road. And so I'm not sure. I know that we've had discussions about parks and stuff in the future, but they require interlocal agreements between county and city, and then we get into union issues, and then it just kind of falls to the wayside because no union wants to agree with maintenance and how all that stuff's going to be handled. But then looking at the possible, like parks that are going to be self-sustaining financially. So, for example, the Little League has 49 teams this year.
Wow.
We don't have enough fields to keep everybody, to maintain everybody and to move everybody around logistically. So we have teams that are sharing space, practicing together, doing all of that stuff. But Little League, yes, but yes. And that's just that's just the Little League, not select teams and not Babe Ruth or anything like that. That's just through Sedro-Woolley Little League from T-ball up to juniors. So that's about 15 years old. In no relation to high school. And so working in between all of those sports and all of that, there's very minimal spaces to keep these kids active and moving forward. But the league also pays for their usage of it. And so if we can develop parks that are going to basically pay for themselves, I mean, that would be an avenue that we can and should look at as a city, because you're still providing parks, you're still providing the opportunity for family involvement and entertainment, and they can be used by other organizations, depending on whether it's soccer or basketball or, whatever it could, tennis, whatever it could be, but it's those kinds of things that can be reinvested in by the city and the youth organizations.
I was sorry to hear that the high school, because I had kids on the tennis team years ago, and they don't even use those
They're in bad shape.
that shit, they have to go over to the college. I was in a tennis league at the college and it's impossible to get time.
So, but kind of leapfrogging off of that, so something that you have talked about as a council is the possibility of bringing in different tournaments, baseball tournaments. I don't know if that's something that you still want to see as a possibility of a goal for the council.
The high school brings in basketball. I was a basketball coach for volunteer for 10 years and we had games at the high school also.
I think, Kevin too is working on that skate park comp. And then I know it's a lot of time to ask somebody to, arrange a whole tournament, any event's a lot, but if there's. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, because we can arrange and we can do all of those, but it's the organizations that are gonna put in the work that are, whether or not they're willing to. The Little League we posted a couple different state tournaments over the past, since 2019 forward, because everything was so successful, asked over and over again to do different things, but it puts a lot of stress on the individuals and volunteers for that time period. So you really have to have a good group of people that are willing to do it, run it, maintain it, all at the volunteer level.
I know the first one that came to town, I think when I was mayor, you ended up running it basically by yourself. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So the reason that we bring that up is because there needs to be some planning in that. Granted, we're probably not gonna be able to do it over the next year or two, but if we can start laying some groundwork, what does that look like? What do we need to do? I don't know if that's something that we wanted to bring before you. Is that something that you're willing to put on the council goals and agenda or goals?
There's organizations that will bring tournaments in. I know organizations that are willing to do that sorts of things, but like Janike softball fields is managed by the school district, has nothing to do with the city. We don't have the infrastructure to support that. The play fields down at Riverfront Park are set for those sorts of.
The idea we were looking at, there's an organization on the Olympic Peninsula that hosts like 10 events out there throughout the year. And that was one idea we had, is that kind of model to create a nonprofit that basically would and work with some of these host organizations,
Right.
but be the center of the wheel for a lot of activity to bring tourism related sports into the region.
It'd be go ahead.
But we need some seed money or something, or at least good, clear support from council before we engage in conversations on that. I think United General would be a great partner for that. I have reached out to them just a little bit, just to say, hey, would you ever be interested in this? They're certainly interested.
Right. And ideally, of course some people would want specific type complex or specific type sports areas set up, but if things can be used for multi-use, in various seasons of the year, that would be fantastic. Just in the past couple years, you've got Mount Vernon has now 2 indoor complexes. And whether those are for lane, you can do private instruction, team instructions, all of that stuff in there, but they're privately owned entities that saw a need that went and built these facilities and put them in there. So and they're all booked solid. You can't, it's not exactly easy to get any gym time.
So definitely in a period where parents and people want to be outdoors or active. And we're seeing definitely that shift to be a lot more active. And as we're moving in the beautification of the city, and we're looking at like, hey, let's make it more pleasant to be in. And when you drive through, you see the fence or you see the archway, or you go over there and you see the places at the Veterans Park, all the state hospital. It's just like really things look run down. So as those get improved, and then we're bringing in those tournaments, it's just going to make people that live here feel a lot better.
They're even we're getting overflow from Mount Vernon in Burlington. They bring in those soccer tournaments, those select soccer tournaments that are coming in, and they're back there in Burlington. They have so many teams that they can't house them.
Yeah.
So they're all coming over and asking to use Winnie. And then like the Sedro-Woolley youth soccer has so many teams that Winnie doesn't even house all of their practices and availabilities that you know, I've seen kids and teams practicing again together, or even off on the side, that's not even a full field, just to be able to do drills and get together. So, and that's even utilizing, fields at schools. So there's just,
Almost like Homestead would be a good spot for a soccer field. I don't know if it's like, or at least a practice field.
I think that's a wet.
it's a wetland.
But you can still run around. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very fun. Certain months of the year, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that would have been perfect, but it's a wetland.
Where's that at?
Homestead up by North.
That big grassy area.
My suggestion would be down by Riverfront Park, how much does the city own? 50, 60, 70 acres? Just flatten that out and it'd be perfect for,
You're talking where the overflow parking is for the carnival?
Yeah.
That build?
yeah,
that'd be-
all that's the city's.
Problem with that area is flooding. It was
Yeah,
10
well-
feet deep about 20 years ago.
Yeah. It was 10 feet deep, like, what, 2 years ago?
2 years ago,
You don't build structures, you just,
You just build grass.
you just, yeah, you just level it out. And build structure, because you can't use it for anything else.
And
That's
you
true.
can do stands that are on wheels that literally just are a trailer and they drop down off the wheels to be stable.
Yeah, you need
That would be the
stalls for
cheapest
soccer,
place and the
right?
best place. Is that you can put as many fields as you want there.
I've been to a lot of different cities and this has got to be one of the most park-friendly cities I've been to. And I don't know, I may be wrong. If you guys got other ones, let me know. I'd love to go visit them, but like even just visiting or living at a lot of places here in Washington or about, I have not seen a town with so many cool parks. And I love being at parks and you can, I'd love to see Reed Street kind of have a pump track there. With pump tracks, so asphalt pump tracks are kind of a big thing and kids and adults both love it. But there's horseback riding and disc golf, and I mean, all of these opportunities, it's just like, you can walk from here to concrete, you can bike from here to concrete. There's just a lot of opportunities for just about everything you can think of here. Yeah, heck, you can bring in a band, have a concert, I mean, car shows, whatever. And we're just really friendly when it comes to outdoor activities, parks, and if you could think about it, we've probably got something that'd be fun to do. Don't really know.
So Kevin, do you have an update on your tournament that you're really hoping to?
Oh, yeah, I've got Adam writing this up, owner's manual. And the hidden wave people are gonna join us.
Nice, okay.
Basically, hopefully by May, I'll have stuff put together so we can figure out the final steps.
They're aiming for August. They were,
17th of August. We
right,
used to do it in September.
they were hoping during the Logger Rodeo when I spoke with them. And that was just not, because that's where everybody's in town. And my big thing is spread it out so people want to come back in for various things. The businesses downtown, they're great businesses and they're actually getting more and more unique as far as what they got to sell and what they got to offer. But they're begging for customers. They're begging for people to come in. People stay in town to hang out with their families in the park. They go downtown. If people are coming in for these events, they're going in.
And one of the hard things too, is I've talked to several of the businesses downtown and so we have Logger Rodeo, everybody's great, it all comes in, but a lot of those businesses are shut down.
Yeah.
Because they can't operate their business with the traffic in front of it, because these people aren't coming in to shop, these people are coming in to watch the parade. So if they have businesses open, yes, they may get a little bit of foot traffic, but they're ultimately closing their doors during those times. And some of them have said, yeah, even the street fairs, they don't want to see the street fairs necessarily go away, but the hard reality is it doesn't increase their sales when they have those on weekends. Because the people coming into town are shopping at the little mobile places, or just kind of walking around, getting around, looking around. And they're not there for, specifically coming into town to shop at Oliver Hammer, coming into town to Restless and Refurbish, coming into town to go to Joann's Fabric Shop. They're just their client. The street fairs aren't pulling in their clientele. So they're not seeing increases in their own business, in any sort of return on investment in participating in those. And we've seen a significant decrease in participation. In fact, it's been absolutely terrible. And I can tell you firsthand because I have witnessed it in the Halloween kitty parade going through the towns and the businesses participating in it. There was one year, there was literally 5 businesses open. That is it. It used to be everybody did something special and it was a huge deal to the businesses and to the families in the community. And I've taken my kids every year for the last 10 years. And the last 3 years have been absolutely terribly represented by the business district. There's some that are still out there, and some of them just said, one, I don't have employees that want to stay after to do it because they, you know, if somebody's employed, if they don't volunteer, they have to pay them hourly to sit out there. And then others are just, you know, maybe not interested in doing that. I don't know. And I don't know that has nothing to do with the city, right? That's when the chamber kind of tries to rope all of them in. But the businesses themselves aren't showing up for some of that. And I think some of it is because they're not seeing any sort of return either. I mean, I could be completely wrong, and I've only talked to a handful of them, not all of them.
But it's almost like there's not too many, but too big of festivals. But you do want some to like really spruce up the town, but like the skate park or the T-ball or the, you know, the softball champions, those are gonna be on the outskirts of people coming in and then hanging out for a little bit, or making it more appealing when you're driving to go to the Cascades or to anywhere up in Baker Glacier to stop in and say.
Well, the business, they love the Lager Rodeo, right? Because that's multiple days, so people still come in for all those days. It's just during the hours of the parade, they don't see that, right? And most businesses aren't gonna be open on the 4th of July.
I was trying to get coffee on that parade day at 8 o'clock in the
Good luck.
morning.
I couldn't even get a parking spot at my own house.
I can't get coffee in the morning. I still think we should do some drone footage of this year's parades, Lager rodeos, things like that, and do a video montage for the website or for something. If we're doing bands, if we're doing softballs, if we're doing the fireworks display, and just do this like, boom, this 3 months of Sedro-Woolley in 3 minutes. That would be.
You can hire somebody to do that, because you have to be FAA trained or certified to run a drone over.
It's about 10 minutes and a $15 license.
It didn't look too difficult. I looked.
No,
at it
it's
too,
not
because you can't
difficult,
even
but you gotta have it.
footage.
I got somebody last year and they just didn't.
Do we have
Yeah,
a
the
recreation
department.
department? Do we have like a rec coordinator and? No.
Yeah, parks maintenance, basically.
I was hoping.
So
they could
parks,
get
we
something
maintain
like
them, that's the core of it. We do have partnerships that result in some recreation programming. So, yeah, partnership, with YMCA, for example. We work with the Boys and Girls Club, not in direct partnership at this point, but we do collaborate with them. But yeah, and then we've got all these other youth organizations for kind of filling in the recreation services to some extent, but we don't have like your typical city parks and rec department.
Like Burlington does, you see the signs, you know, sign up for youth art class or.
That's something that as Mark goes to retire, his plate's pretty full as it is. That we're looking on delegating and separating that out to where there is. I mean, it doesn't have to be an increase in that department, but maybe Nate's already kind of leading the show. You know, hey, this is gonna become its own little department. And then we can kind of see something like that, or advertise. I would, you know, we'd have to look at staffing, of course, but a director of some sort that can arrange some of that stuff. You know, I've
Are
talked
you
about.
thinking like what Burlington does, having recreational arts classes and all of those sort of things? So you have to
well,
hire the instructors and the.
No, nothing like that. Somebody who's like, okay, these are the parks we have, this is boots on the ground, and they're the ones kind of, I think Nate already does
He
this.
basically does.
He basically does that, but then there's that section he doesn't do, which is like looking at them as a whole and saying, how is this gonna work with our town visitors, and bringing in some of the event shows, things like that, working with the businesses, not necessarily holding classes, but trying to bring the park and rec circuit into its own division. And then you see that actually on the website. You don't got to search down. It's this division, and then he's actually boots on the ground doing the work, but also able to coordinate and work with other service organizations.
You know, one thing you might do immediately is have a link for Little League. You know, how to connect with Little League and whatever else they got going on.
Now, you mentioned the website.
Yeah.
Sorry, something I was hoping to interject from before. He had brought up, there's multiple companies, Charlie, that you said do really fantastic work. Any chance we could request of them to let us know, like, what are their top 5 flagship programs that they had, like what are the websites they're super proud of, so we can see who might be doing the best job?
Yeah, we can ask that question.
I think it'd be worth spending the money on a good website and then having Park and Rec as a part of that, but whatever else is also a focus, but that should be a focus. Something that looks.
I would be in favor of the website, situation. I would be leery of starting a whole recreational department simply because we don't even have the boots on the ground to maintain the parks that we currently have.
We don't have the
Until we
funding.
have the, yeah, that in place, I would be a little reserved.
I think we'll see a downplay when somebody else steps in because Mark handles a lot of different things.
Juggles a lot.
Yeah, so there might be, a slight slippage on that for a year or two. Hopefully we can catch it, or hopefully we see the funding or the budget, like, hey, let's prioritize to make this a bit of a, it is number one on our agenda for strategic planning. It has been for a while.
Just to comment on Nathan, he's got 4 areas. He's got like 10 direct reports. He's spread quite thin.
Yeah.
And the natural split that we've talked about a little bit internally at some point someday would probably be streets and stormwater going together and parks and facilities going together. So that's
With like FEMA, you would have a span of command at like 5, maybe 8. I could see, so it's just a matter of like, how do we overburden our staff too in certain cases?
Well, I think based on the growth that the city has, I think we need to focus on investing in our actual public works department. I mean, we don't have a Costco or anything like that, or a Home Depot, but we have almost just as many linear miles and streets as the city of Burlington does. I honestly, listening to everybody, I was blown away by the amount of people they had. So I think a good place to start would be having like the actual people that can do the work. I know that a lot of work that the city of Sedro-Woolley does gets contracted out, and that comes at a hefty price tag when you're paying prevailing wage for concrete workers and all these other people. It takes a little bit to get a department like that funded, but once you do and you're self-sufficient and you don't have to hire out for anything, except for massive paving overlays, like that's the only thing we don't do. We don't do paving overlays because, we're not going to buy the machinery to do it. But then your parks look better, your streets look better, your facilities look better. And then stormwater is like kind of the unsung hero of every city, because our streets don't get flooded, the Vector truck that jets all of our stuff out, catch basin cleaning, all that stuff. And, with like 3 or 4 guys on our street crew, that's half of what Burlington has. So, it's been interesting going through this like transitionary period where we've been having people retire and stuff like that. And I've noticed that when I first started working at Burlington 6 years ago, it was a very top heavy city with multiple different directors, and everybody had their own little kingdom. And as those people retire, everything shrinks down. Now we don't have a rec director anymore. The library director is in charge of our rec department, and we're saving probably $1 million in salary over the last 6 years from different people that are no longer there. And they just don't hire to replace them. And what do? They replace them with workers that can get the work done where it really counts. So as long as we're brainstorming, having brainstorming and what priorities would be a heavy investment on our workers who can do the work.
I'd like to, I'm sorry, I guess I just kind of picking up on that. I think I'd like to hear more about that, because right now, and actually Joellen could speak to this too, whose husband actually works in PW. We're not top heavy, so we don't have a lot of money going into a lot of directors, or who have their own kingdom. We don't have that. We already have really skilled and talented individuals like Nathan and Leo and whatnot, who are running their division. And, they just don't have all the other top heavy people. So I'm wondering, you work in PW, so you may have a better feel for it, but how would we go about gleaning that funding if we don't have that to fall back on?
Right, I'm talking about the city as a whole, right? So like, we'll have out of the general fund, all of the salaries are paid, right? So we had a Parks and Rec director leave to the city of Mount Vernon. We never backfilled the position because the city found it to be redundant, that $150,000 a year salary. They found it to be redundant. So now that freed up about two part-time positions and one full-time position within the recreation department. And now they're able to get a whole bunch more work done. We had a parks supervisor retire recently. They're not backfilling that position. We're gonna get 2 FTEs out of that, of actual public works people.
So forgive me, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we already have people doing 2 or 3 jobs or more. I don't know where we're supposed to skim off the top. I don't know what top needs to be skimmed. I mean, we don't even have some of the people that we do need here.
It's Burlington's revenue, because ours is 33 million,
It's about 50.
so it has a little bit more. And then are you guys, and this is a sub question, but I don't think that we'll find ourselves in this challenge, but with the real estate, the commercial real estate decreasing in value rapidly. And the mall is empty, the whole outlet thing's empty, Kmart's gone. And it's just like, eventually it's almost like you gotta cut because, you're not gonna, the taxes aren't gonna be. Here, we're limited, we're not gonna see much more than 33 unless we do incredible things. I don't even know what you could do to increase that 33. Unless you do like a massive growth and bring in some big retail store, because that brings in a lot of taxes.
But we just got goodwill.
What's that?
We just got goodwill.
It's gonna bring a lot of tax.
I've been in there and bought something.
You're supporting.
So I don't know, brainstorming what we've seen other cities do. They will contract out certain departments. So, and I'm not sure how, we've seen them do that. We've had that discussion. Can you describe that, what that would look like? I don't want to
I mean, if you.
put information out there that's not
I'm gonna
right.
give you a generic, not a specific, any particular reason, but if you were looking at certain type of service,
IT.
Or HR.
Sure.
anything, you could do an RFP, request for proposals, essentially on that service, what kind of responses you get. Evaluate the cost versus what we're currently doing and, decide if that's worthwhile.
So we got apartments going on in Trail Road. We got apartments going on all of this, it looks like, over on that end. And now a lot of that stuff went on in the previous council, previous leadership type stuff. However, it is increasing the populace. I don't know how many units total, but we increased like what we just find out, like 4 or 5% populace, 10% staff. So the staffing is increasing bigger than the populace, but our retail, we're not necessarily taking in more retail. Retail is where the taxes are really coming in. Amazon is helping to save a lot of cities because that online shopping. My wife loves to do online shopping. But then your next revenue source is of course going to be from property taxes. So as the values increase because there's a shortage, maybe it's inflated, maybe it's not. That's the revenue or industry manufacturing, which is low for tax, but it's also bringing in jobs to the community that's around. So then hopefully they're spending around or they're buying their home, and that goes to property taxes. So my basic point is at 33 million, but to increase any services or increase any kind of ability, even with apartments and stuff, that's a short-term impact fee. You're not going to see the response except higher property taxes because schools need to be built up. So I think that got to be on the table too. Even if we were to contract this or that out, we're looking at an inflated problem over here that is the elephant in the room. And that's, we're going to see better paying jobs in our community, but we're going to see higher taxes to compensate for what we've got.
Yeah, this is a really good, it's a complicated and really not a very pleasant discussion to have, but it's something that as a council, it's gonna have to be looked at and addressed as we move forward, especially with the things that we're hoping to accomplish. So I appreciate the dialogue. I really do. I appreciate the dialogue. So I want to be mindful and respectful of our time and of your time. So the one thing that I have down here, what I see we talked about first was actually a much better website that's interactive. That's important. You all want to see that happen, correct? That's part of your goals. The other is it would be the sports in the park. So trying to figure out about maybe a sports facility, using Riverfront Park, to do different sports activities, but, wanting to focus in on the parks, right? That's your second priority?
You know, I talked to a lady the other day that corralled me about it. She wanted a swimming pool. I told her it's great. Everybody wants a swimming pool. We can get together and have coffee and talk about it. The only way it's gonna happen is a facilities district. So Sedro-Woolley can actually form their own facilities district and build a pool or build a facility or something, but there's ways to do it if that's the only way it's gonna happen in Sedro-Woolley is a facilities district.
Well, now I know why she suggested it to me when she emailed me.
I think Councilman Henderson was on to something with the public works. The parks are super important, but they don't have to be like all of our attention and money go there. We get the websites, some advertising, they manage themselves in a way because it's people showing up to places that are already made. But challenges financially, I think, is what we're facing. And the parks is something to give everybody a break, you know, no work and no play, all work and no play. So that helps our community, but we still got to look at this overarching thing, which is the cost of things, the taxes we're burdening on this is. And it seems like where do we cut back? Where do we best cut back or best spend? And that would be the biggest one, I would think, either finances going into public works or how can we deal, because public works is a big chunk, roads and all that stuff, and even building new parks. You know,
So, and I'm actually pulling from, the
2021, yep.
yeah.
No,
So I don't know if you all had a chance to look at it. We asked you to look at it. It was in your packet.
I did, and so
Good.
last year it was almost coerced in a way of how it was set up and let's kind of fiddle in this way versus just kind of like shooting the crud and saying, hey, I think this is really important, but you know, this would be one thing that at least currently that we would.
No.
You look like you're like,
No.
I'm talking about the specific point that I had right there, but I did go through it, yeah.
With the way that the taxing structure in the state of Washington is laid out, where even if a city took that 1% increase each year, you're not matching inflation ever, basically, because if it's ever less than 1%, you don't get to hit that 1%. You do whatever inflation was that year. So departments are already squeezing each year, trying to become a little bit tighter with their budget. Realistically, you have two options to generate more funds. And the only one that's really acceptable to the public is more tax revenue from sales. Because otherwise you're increasing taxes on the property. You're asking for more levy lifts, which gets very excessive. If nobody wants to increase, I don't want to increase the taxes. I don't even want to do what we did before, but we needed it. So realistically, it's increasing the business development in the area so that we have more revenue. We can keep trying to squeeze the departments and try to squeeze more and more out of them, but there's going to be a point where nobody's going to want to work for us because we're asking too much of them, or we're giving them too few resources to actually do the job. We're going, hey, here's a shovel instead of a backhoe. We can't get to that point and we're not going to achieve the things we want to do. But that's the way I look at how we're going to go if we keep moving in this direction.
And I think that's the conversation, yeah.
Yeah. So how, to me, it's generating that business flow, which I like your idea with the parks, because in Western Washington, we have that small window of time where it's just absolutely gorgeous out and people want to enjoy it. So making sure we capture whatever we can, but it's always going to be important. But yeah, that's just the challenge, the way I'm seeing it.
Look at the resources we have. We don't have like gold mines or, you know, things like that.
Well, we take care, like, we really do. We're a destination during the summer, June, July, August. And everybody comes here. One of the problems, and where Burlington makes their money is off their lodging taxes. They have places that people can stay, and that lodging tax money is like, there's so much of it that you don't even know what to do with. We're building an extended stay America over there. The guys told me, right?
So that.
But I don't really know like what that's gonna look like as far as, if it's gonna be full all the time. We should be getting lodging tax from that. We're gonna have a new Skagit motel here pretty soon, so we're all real excited about that. But
You didn't have any say so over that.
But bringing tournaments and stuff here where we would have to make a lot of our money is through people coming and staying.
And unfortunately, with the tournaments and stuff that we came in, we were limited in what we could even offer here. So we actually went out and I went into hotels and worked with them to partner with them to house all of these teams and families, because we don't have that here. So everybody that's came into town didn't stay here.
Anybody have an idea of the metric that the average hotel chain's using? Determining what, why you would go to Burlington and build a brand new hotel instead of going.
Well,
to
even
Melbourne?
moving outside, because our populace isn't big enough, and even though we do take in people, it's really that Lager Rodeo, that one event, then we got Christmas and things. We don't have a lot of events. But resort almost would be something like the Swift area, right? And then you do you contact somebody that does the timeshare, and then they handle all that, make sure that those units are always filled all year long, and even just one of them. And that offers the opportunity for a lot of that. And I don't even know if that's, obviously we don't buy resorts and do those at those places, but hotels are kind of more limited than the resort. The resort's like, you're gonna go and rent an apartment, you're gonna stay there for a week or something, go to the glacier, go to the lake, or do fishing on the river. I wish we had a better fishing capability with the Stillhead Club to actually do fishing tours and fishing events, and then draw people. Lodging would be up.
Well, you said earlier that about tourism and stuff, and how we're not ever gonna be Leavenworth or anything like that, and you're absolutely right, we're not, but people come here because they want to be here, like we get a lot of people, and especially coming through town, and we just need business development to generate revenue. I mean, we had a lot of missed opportunities, like where those apartments are going up over there. Years ago, they were gonna put a Safeway in there. Think of all the lost revenue there. I mean, somebody's making money off those apartments, but it certainly isn't the city through sales tax, so. And this whole bypassing town, I get it, cause we got stuff going in upriver and all that other stuff, but there's nothing to draw people into town. I mean, your one shot that you get off of the highway right here, nobody turns down the street and drives down it. So, I mean, you get one opportunity right there where Ferry Street starts, and that's it. And then everything else is just directing traffic up and out of our town. So, massive lost sales revenue. I mean, we're putting in an electric cars charging station down there. I mean, that could bring 1 or 2 cars in, but we have a free one in town that sits empty.
So signage, it sounds like signage is something that you're addressing.
Well, people need to know, they need to know we're here.
Well, the website will help some with that. That's a promotional tool. But you also could look at, we fought for years to try that Western to get a sign on the interstate, just to get people to come. And the only thing we could get was sculpture collection. They said that was okay. So your website, and does the chamber promote business to come here? Do they do any economic development? Or
I help manage a nonprofit, and we pulled out of the chamber because the chamber did absolutely nothing for us. They did less than nothing for us. So, we're paying our fee per year to be with them, and we'd rather keep the money and spend it somewhere else. And the chamber needs to be revamped, not only here, but in all the cities around Skagit County. it's almost to me as if they don't care about business as much as politics. And if they focus more on business and less on politics, then maybe they'll draw in business.
They
But
should be marketing heavily.
they should be marketing
should be.
heavily in there.
That should be the thing, marketing Sedro-Woolley, because, you know, the businesses, those 2,000, I think you said 2,000 cars a day. I probably got that wrong on Highway 20. You do want to siphon some of them off. I mean, Anacortes had that problem with their downtown. They built that big arch just to let people know, hey, we got some cool shops and cool things down here. And because their problem was everybody was taking that left to the ferry and nobody was going downtown. So if you could somehow, and I'm not an expert on this, but at ferry or somewhere around, there's something that gets people interested.
Yeah.
To come downtown.
It's not an attractive intersection.
No.
It really isn't. I mean, the train's cool. The sign, I love our classic sign that we have out there. I love it, but you know, you got the old petrol station on the other side, and that dumpy building right there that I don't know who bought that, but I mean, nothing's really been being done with it.
Well, you're not gonna turn off 20 because of any of that. You can come into the downtown.
Right.
That's the issue.
So Woody, I shot you over an email and it basically, I just went through and I took photos of our entryways, right? And so I figured you throw it up on the screen, but these are what our entryways look like. This is exactly what you're looking at or what you're talking about. And it's just, every one, it has this little tiny sign or it looks kind of run down. It's not really super appealing. It doesn't have very much anything to it, right? I think that's what Peter was talking about too, when he came in. That's what, you know, a lot of people have talked about is the town doesn't have appeal to draw people into town. Just like you're saying that train, that's at the edge. So you're driving mostly all the way through town. If you miss it, then now you're at this trestle that's rusty and tagged up and it's almost like, keep going. So all of our entryways to bring them into town is saying like, oh, you get.
See it on screen.
Yeah.
It's on screen.
Well, it's not just that direction either. I mean, when you're coming in off Highway 20, what you see is empty areas that don't look great. Or you see when you come off Cook Road, you're looking at an industrial park, not a downtown area.
You're looking at a broken fence.
Yes,
You're looking at buildings that are collapsing. You're looking at little signs with 8 things on there. You can't read them. You're doing 35. And it's just, those are all our entry points should be somehow directing people to in town, have better plant life, better fencing, better appeal. And that way when people do either drive by, they want to come.
And I mean, in regards to like availability for business development, I don't know if people come in here or if they're directed to the chamber. But maybe something that can be passed on is that I've had people approach me and ask, hey, why are the chamber hours so tight when, you know, I want to come talk to somebody and here it's 2:30, 3 o'clock and there's nobody there. You know, so, I mean, just with the shortened business hours, they're not able to come in and I don't know what kind of foot traffic they get, or maybe they follow up by phone and make appointments. I don't know, but I've had multiple people with business idea or questions about the community that have found that they haven't had anybody from the chamber accessible during business hours to answer their questions.
So being more, you know, welcoming and then more accessible.
Hospitality is a big thing. It goes a long way.
It is.
Especially with people who are here for the first time. And usually, especially with a town like ours, you only get one shot. You only get one shot to make people want to come back.
So the first Little League, I guess it was Little League, the one that you. I heard over and over and over, and I think you did too. I received multiple emails from people who had been here. They came for the tournament and they loved our town, and they couldn't stop talking about how warm and friendly the vendors were. They loved the stores. And at that time, we weren't quite as full as we are now. The businesses weren't quite as full as we are now. But they absolutely loved our little town.
In fact, some of them have taken vacation to come back to spend time here. And some of them have taken time out of their day to go back, and volunteer at the food bank. Because one of the things we offered was, so one of the things we specifically did to encourage involvement in our city as well is that we put team liaisons together. So we had volunteers from different nonprofit organizations or businesses that would be the liaison for a team and would show them around, tell them where to go, what to do, how, the ins and outs of our city. And so they made these connections with these families, and these families in turn wanted to give back and do things. So there's been families and in fact, entire organizations that have come from down south to come work at the food bank and food chow bags, or have done their own fundraising and donated it back to nonprofit organizations that participated in those events at that time. So we did see additional investment outside of our community into nonprofit and to businesses after the fact. But again, I mean, that's just a one-time event. And when that happened, I mean, people weren't going to come back, a couple of times here, but there's word of mouth, and they really did feel the hospitality also. But it takes it's a lot of extra effort.
You're building relationships. There's a difference in people traveling through to go somewhere or even stopping in here for a little bit versus hanging out to build relationships at ball games and liaisons and team members. There's a complete different scenario. So saying that everybody, that the town's wonderful and people love it, it's almost like not looking at the eyesores that are around and not wanting to address those areas. Because if any event, the Logger Rodeo, people come here, they spend the weekend, they fall in love with the town because the people, but we're building those relationships.
And that's relationship marketing but with the signage and all of the stuff that you're pointing out would have helped direct these people much more.
Is there any grant availability for signage like this for economic development, or?
We could look into it.
Because,
Yeah, we
you
have
know,
not done that search.
Commerce might
specifically.
have something,
Yeah.
Commerce every now and then. In fact, Commerce sometimes has grants just for getting money for marketing, which is really nice.
Yeah, because,
So-
you gotta go through all those steps to get signs on highways, but you get some grant funding, that seems like it might put signs at least in a couple of directions. I mean,
And we do have signs, but they're not prominent. I mean, it's the one that is right before the trestle. It's a cool looking sign, but it's fairly small. It's not, this is my opinion. I don't feel it's very prominent. But we do have signs. They're out there, but who sees them?
Well, it's a staple of our community and you see it in pictures. But it's also at that last part of around town. We should be hitting them at Trail Road. And then, various other areas. You can go through and actually do a photo session of all of the poor spots in Sedro-Woolley and give a really negative aspect. Or you can do it with the beautiful spots.
I think you did awesome with this, and I think we've already not to reinvent the wheel. You've come up with a beautiful idea for the trestle. I mean, there's been ideas that have been thrown out. You just need to execute them.
Or, incorporate other, the other agencies, other people into community of the science. There was something in that packet about roundabouts because I've heard that a lot too, the rocks are just really plain. And there's not a lot in that aspect. Could we do something with the lighting or art deco, things like that? And so, signage is a big key. It's low hanging fruit. It's cheaper and we might be able to, everything that goes through grants, which I do appreciate grants, of course, it's taxpayer money. Nothing's free. Those grants are not just coming out of the air. It's our property taxes. It's going to another agency. They're deciding if we're good enough to accept their money, and then they give it back to us. So we almost got to look outside the box and say, how can we provide for ourselves and do this on our own?
That's like some of the existing signs coming in off Highway 9, the ones around town that are similar to that. They came from a $10,000 grant from the Port District. And it was Downtown Revitalization Committee. We were planning on doing different things, and as soon as we got $10,000, everybody said, that's good enough, and quit. And the guys that were left spent the 10 grand, and that's what you got.
But right now on that one on 9, that wooden fence is all down. And it's this is what you're coming into when you come, your first impression going up to a home. I always wonder why doors are $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 sometimes. But if you have a really nice house, that door is gonna be your first impression and you get in.
Yeah, we can't do anything about somebody's private property and
No.
their fence, but
We
we
can
can talk
offer-
about the signage on the outside of it.
We can maybe offer like a in-city, if we even had the funding, but a grant program for that kind of fence. Like, oh, if you guys along this line of sight entryways into town, if you have fencing needs, we can possibly do a match or something like that, or just let it be in. And as they see the town beautified, they're gonna naturally wanna fix their own fence.
Well, you also.
Or get them a dog and just drop it off in their yard, not tell them.
The ultimate question is, how do we get businesses to move here? Because no matter how many cars you get to go downtown, if there's nothing there,
It's not open.
how do we attract businesses?
Well, they said, this is a different topic, but I've been talking to a lot of business owners who just came up in business and they're saying it's really hard. They said that they had to get a permit to put a sticker on the window, and then that permit had to be inspected, or that sticker had to be inspected. And so they couldn't really open up until that got done. And it's a removable sticker. So we might have like put too much restrictions on ourselves in the CBD zone as far as like saying historical. And part of what the comments were in that feedback was like, we need to be able to be innovative and interactive. You know, I think those are the words of it. And we've locked ourselves in saying this is central business district is historic. So anything you go to do, we're going to make it really difficult. It's hard to get permits. They cost a lot. I've heard from just people trying to increase on their own home. Like it's taking them 4, 5, 6 months, 8 months. I was going to do something on my home and the contractor said, better get it in because it's going to take 6 or 7 months. I'm like, but for a garage edition? No, you know, but this is the common thought for business permits and anything that you want to do as a resident to be better. So that would be an area to improve.
Well, we're trying to do that. We're trying to get a director in there. Once we get a director in there, those things will improve.
So where are we at on, speaking of that director, where are we at on an application process?
We actually have one that's come in, and so we're gonna be looking, it came in this week. We've been busy with the PW, so we're looking at it Monday.
Yeah, we
Take
actually
that
have
Monday.
2 applicants we're gonna do a screening interview on,
Yeah.
Mayor and I. We don't wanna get everybody together if it's not really necessary. But if those candidates make it through, we will do a similar interview to what we did with Public Works. We have multiple panels going. And
Well,
if they make,
we've been working with Nick and Joe. Nick and
yep,
Joe.
on that
Yeah.
particular, on this
Yeah.
community development recruitment, they've been through that experience a few times now. So we've been out recruiting, it's still out there. But the goal now is to relaunch it. We adjusted the salary, but we have these 2 applications come in and we want to interview these folks before we relaunch. So we may not need to pay for that. And it costs like $2,600.
And then do we have interest in all of our other open positions too, right? Like we've put out a job posting for the wastewater supervisor and we've had applicants come through for that. So,
Applicants, both internal and external.
okay.
Not all of our positions, receive a flood of applications. You heard about police and hiring with the police department,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's really challenging.
Yeah, it's
So
very,
it depends on the position. We had building inspector open here like a year ago before Bobby came into that position for a good part of a year and a half. We couldn't find anybody and we eventually decided to train our own employee. That would be a better approach than trying to find somebody with the certs out there. We just couldn't find them. We kept getting stopgaps into that. Community development directors, planning directors, very similar kind of market right now. It's really tough to find them. There have been a lot of retirements. There aren't as many people necessarily coming up into those positions. So we are thankful for every applicant that looks qualified that we can talk with, and we'll continue to work that and thank the council for bumping that salary up a little bit, because I think that'll help us.
How many people
quite
are
motivated.
in the planning department now? Versus, I mean, was it just John that left or other people left? So it was the one position that got decreased and then we hire a consultant as part-time.
Yeah.
So with the backload of permits or the increased restrictions within the CBD, making it harder for businesses to come in or function. I don't know I don't think that's related necessarily to that minus of half a position. I think we should still be able to keep somewhat in par. Now I understand it's small a little bit, but it does seem like, we should be able to at least start looking at that as a whole.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a shift though. You know, Hiller's doing a lot because we've got the comp plan coming now too. So that's taken a lot of his time. It would have taken John's time as well, if he was here, but John was doing a lot more current planning, updates of things. That's all fallen to Nicole at this point. And she's really blossomed into that role. We did get an intern into planning and that he's helped a lot as well out of Western. So we've been excited about that. Bobby's handling building and we've got a permanent technician as well, Jana. In building, we just got inundated with plans. So the codes are changing for the building code to the 21 code, which is actually the newest code. Sounds a little strange, but that's the way it works. And it's updated every 3 years. So we're just going to that code and we got inundated with a lot of plans. One developer with 2.5 years worth of building. It's all came in 1 week. So we're going to be coming to you asking for some help in the very near future to get a temporary building inspector / plans examiner to help us get through some of that backlog that's dropped on us. Those types of things are happening. That's just the incentive to be under the old code versus the new code, because typically the newer the code, the more expensive it's going to be.
Gonna be interested on seeing your notes on this because it goes from parks and then, you know, and then tournaments. And then what's the focus is obviously how do we manage revenue increase without taxation to each other, because we all live here, down to, okay, economic development, bringing us back to beautification, back to parks, and then back to businesses, making it convenient for them. And then the difficulties that our business owners are having to even start a business or run a business in here. So it'll be interesting to read that through.
We haven't touched on infrastructure yet.
Yeah, so we got time.
But you know, I was involved in some things in the past. And to attract businesses, believe it or not, some of the main things they're talking about is parks, schools, transportation. That's the the top 3 things they were interested in. Because the families don't want to go where there's no parks, and families don't want to go where they want part-time jobs for kids. So parks are important to business.
And with schools being important too, I've had several people comment, and of course, I've been told that, you know, we're really not supposed to be considering the wards of the school district, that's outside of our parameters. However, we've got a substantial amount of building going on in one specific area that leads to 1 to 2 very specific elementary schools that are already bursting at the seams. And in my basic calculations with the hookup fees, you need about 40,000 new hookups in order to build a school. Because with the state of the environment, it's very slim, the concept that they're going to get any sort of levy passed or bond. And so
I know
that's not
it's a
even
catch
feasible.
It's a catch-22 though, isn't it, Sarah? Because it's the people who have to vote that. As a city, we can't.
No, the city can't,
Yeah.
the city can't do that, but I'm just wondering, as the city is growing and all of this, especially high density, is going into these areas, how I'm assuming the school district is looking at that, or are they aware of the building applications that come in for forecasting futures? I don't know how that works.
So they're not looking at, that's a very good question. That'd be a good question to ask them. I do know they've already got property assigned to where they're gonna build a couple different schools. So they already know where the property is at.
Sure.
And I think one of them would actually be in Ward 2 and the other one would be Ward 1. One thing that they did, mention, I just lost my train of thought. That's probably something that we could actually bring to them. We meet with them on a monthly basis. And it's mainly just to exchange information about what's going on in the city that will impact the buses or the school activities or whatever, just so we're all coordinating, you know, when the roundabout goes in or light goes in, we coordinate with them so that things can run a little smoother. So, yeah, we try to do that, but we can actually bring that up. But they were talking about the fact that they may not be ready to go out for a bond for at least another couple of years. So that's going to be significant at that point, because you're right. My question is, how many portables are going to be stacked on top of one another before we finally get, you know, a couple schools?
And some of the schools don't even have room for their portables.
Yeah.
schools do it, I would imagine advanced enrollment planning. I mean, at Western, we went out 20 years. So they can look at demographics. And our schools are fortunate that it's not what's happening down south where they're closing schools.
Yeah.
Because enrollment is falling so much. It's kind of an after effect of COVID and also some demographics. And that's where those angry parents show up. Why are you closing my school that I went to and I want my kid to go to? So we don't have that
Thank
problem.
goodness.
So
No,
that's
And our
very,
enrollment's increasing, so it was
Yeah.
way down because a lot of people did their kids out of school. That's what she did. And their enrollment was way down, but that is getting back up to normal, so.
yeah. So there's good news there too with our schools and
That's a good point, Paul.
but the facilities, you know, in my ward, Evergreen, I don't know how many parents complained to me about it. You know, you can literally hear the classroom next to you. And I've talked to our teachers and neighbors says that it's disruptive to the children, whoever designed it. I don't know. I think, pretty sure a levy failed on Evergreen. And so they're just stuck with it. And I noticed they threw a couple more portables behind it, so. Yeah.
And that last bond failing really kind of cemented us getting stuck in Evergreen even longer as a community when that was a terribly designed school that has a lot of issues with it.
I'm not sure the levy was well.
Well, and it put a emphasis from the people, like, hey, we keep getting taxed, and then we're not seeing the results, because there was one earlier too, I thought, but they're not necessarily seeing the results. So what's a safe number of kids in a class? 31? You know, I mean, to a teacher, and are we looking at 40 or 45? And we were kind of, advised to like, hey, don't worry about the schools. But I think that's a serious concern. If we have any growth.
And there's another phenomenon that's really happening across the United States. I don't know if it's really hit Washington or not, but that is, there are people who just are not having children. So actually the amount of children that are being birthed is less than what it used to be. And the thought is what's showing is that that's going to continue to decline. So what will that mean for communities such as ours? You know, a decade down the line, 2 decades down the line.
And we do have to deal with issues about the schools. And I don't know if you saw in the Skagit Valley Herald today that there was a survey in Skagit County, students reported a higher alcohol and marijuana use than the state average. Those were high school seniors that they surveyed. So, you know, we have issues in the store, our police go and deal with it, right? So.
We do the 3-month maternity leave in the state of Washington. And I'm not for that, but I think that it doesn't, incentivize a lot of people to have more babies. But, 3 months is a long time, and I see people, I see guys take that and they'll spread it out throughout the year and go fishing and go motorcycle riding without their kid at all. They're on a 2-week, 3-week fishing trip, or they're just remodeling their house, all this stuff, and you're like, it's everybody's tax money. I think maybe a month would probably be pretty good, but.
It was fantastic for Naomi to be able to stay home with Eli. I didn't get to take any of it because I work in a small enough business. They would just replace me if I left in 3 months. So we got half of what we could have gotten.
So it's a little after 7, and I just want to know really, what are our next steps? Because great conversation, a great start. My sense is this isn't though where you really want to end this. So what would you like to see happen?
I think housing would be, if we can, add some discussion time to today's meeting on that. Is that kind of what you were thinking for infrastructure, or were you thinking something different? We've talked a little bit about apartments, but a while back, we kind of came to a consensus that some apartments in R15 and R7s are okay around R5s, but when it densifies to where they have this urban growth coming from Olympia, it makes us feel uncomfortable. It makes the people of the town feel uncomfortable understanding the strategies.
Makes them uncomfortable. Just makes me angry that they're telling us we have to do this.
Right.
And I'm really hoping that, through through this next election, some of the things will really shift and change and we'll have a different outcome the year.
It'd be nice.
Well, the hard reality is we don't have the infrastructure to support the kind of growth the state is saying that we should have in the next 20 years. I mean, with the roads the way that we have them, And the staffing in police and fire and everything, I mean, you just break down infrastructure by steps, it really isn't feasible. So you do have to look at the big picture and say enough is enough. You can draw out the plans and you can say, hey, this is what you're requiring of us. This is what we can feasibly do with action. And here's all the reasons why we can't do this. And I think that that's fair, because you can't create an unhealthy community. There are unintended consequences of every single action that's made. And if you don't look at that and realize that there is a bigger picture or an outcome that is going to happen 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, then we're only fooling ourselves, right? Like you can say, I'm going to do this to check the box, or I need to raise the populace in our community because we want these tax dollars and apply for this grant, but at what cost? And that cost comes at the health of the community. And right now we don't have, my opinion is we don't have healthy economic development to support our current needs as a city, needing to go out to levy for fire with listening and police staffing and listening to the amount of directors here today that said that they need additional help. I mean, and all of that comes from the general fund, which is funded by taxpayers' dollars. And until we have that sorts of stuff, and we may never get to a point where that is all completely sustainable. I mean, that's the reality of where we're at and the limited amount of commercial and industrial space that we have, but we need to utilize it to the best of our ability.
Yeah, you know, but we do go out for those grants. We spend millions of dollars just to maintain our roads, and kind of along the same lines, if we want people here and we want them to have livable city, we want them to have good roads. And really you have to continually maintain those roads. Mark has a brilliant plan, the way that he's laid it out. He does so many roads a year because he knows he's going to get only so much funding and grant money and whatnot. So so that's the catch-22. I mean, yeah, we can say, okay, so we won't do it because of that. I guess my frustration with what they're dictating is that they're saying to us, we can't build the community the way that we want to build the community. And so, you know, we have protected farmland to the west, we have basically wetlands to the east, we have the river, another wetland, and the river to the south. We can only go north. And to where we're at right now, to go further, a lot of those properties are 5-acre plots because that's what the county stated. It's going to be a fortune to put that infrastructure in, just to add that land and to build on it. So, you know, we'll probably, if we get stuck with all of this, we may be looking at high density. And it's good. What will that do to our city?
It won't be what it is.
No, it
Well,
won't.
what I see going in here is basically high density. We have that block that was approved before most of us were here, but you know, we have that chunk of apartments that's going in from various builders. And I kind of feel like we're seeing happen the thing that we said we didn't want to see happen. And so now I'm wondering, how do we, okay, there's what we didn't want. How are we gonna make it so that doesn't happen over there?
Yeah.
Like, how are we gonna make it so that, yeah, we can have apartments, but we have that mixed density like we discussed? I feel like that's really the healthiest.
It's the
community.
zoning.
Okay,
It's the
so.
zoning. 7, you know, whatever, but it's the zoning, and that's in our comprehensive plan, and that's what we're looking at now, is the comprehensive
And
plan.
and you're required to put all that crap in there.
That's right, because of the Growth Management Act.
So it sounds like that's probably a big focus for us, is making sure that we have that mixed density zoning as we plan that new, or set up that new comp plan.
Yeah.
I think what happened out here should cover what the state wanted from us for at least a little while.
Right.
That was a lot of apartments that just.
You know, Florida repealed their growth management act.
Maybe we will. Our driving force really is, in my opinion, it's just like you were stating, the future. I mean, we kind of look at it from an executive level or from a business planning level or whatever model. But ultimately, the kids that are in grade school right now that are going to be flooded with 30, 40, 50 kids, are going to be going to school in portables, things like that. They're going to grow up to be 17, 20, 25-year-olds here in this area. How productive are they going to be? Are we affecting their mental stability? Are we driving them to gangs because they collect and they get bored, drugs, alcohol, just like you were saying? And that's what we're eventually doing with this Growth Management Act. And it might sound good for the state to tell us to densify for like, but like you're saying, growth the way we feel, we know is right. And what's right is what's right for our kids. And I don't have kids, but I have been a kid and I need my space. And you're gonna push me in, then I'm gonna get with the wrong crowd and it's gonna go the wrong direction. And it's not.
We have the, a discussion that we've had, directors and whatnot, is that, that it's already, we're kind of the last stand. As far as the density, because it's already happening, you see it happen in Whatcom County, it's just going great guns in Whatcom County right now. And of course, it's been coming from the South King County, Snohomish County. They're just, even when you get beyond Starboard Road, you know, where the line is between the two counties, a lot of growth happening even there, a lot of homes and whatnot going in there. So I don't know that we can stop. I don't know that we can stop that engine. I don't know that we can do that. But but maybe there are things that we can do that can kind of curtail some things. But with the Growth Management Act, we do have that possibility of actually changing possibly some of those things up without breaking the law too much. What's required of us. So,
Well, if that's our goal collectively between the executive and the council, if that's our goal to keep Sedro-Woolley and not make Sedro-Woolley Burlington or Linwood or anything else, is, let's work together to make sure that that happens. And as we move forward on our comp plan, I think the best thing that we can do is just be honest, when we're presenting that to the state, is just say, hey, look, here's what, Mount Vernon is and what it looks like. And these are all the businesses that they have, and here's how they can sustain that growth. And here's us, and here's what we're willing to do, and here's what we can honestly do, and here's what our citizens want. And, and then
we're not the only ones. I can tell you from the other mayors, they're not happy about this either.
No.
None of us are. And it's actually the Planning Commission that's going to be really working on the composition, the comp plan right now. And so those wishes probably need to be relayed to them. And then for as much as they can, just see what Hiller and Nicole or whoever our future DDD is.
Two consultants working on it.
Yeah.
But it's
Probably
also,
need some direction.
you have two different ideologies going on here too, because if you'll notice, we'll be presenting things from the planning commission and then we're all like, no. So they're two total different wavelengths. So if we could all get on the same page, it wouldn't waste one person's time.
There's room for some growth in Sedro-Woolley. Growth is reasonable growth. There is room for growth. And I think what everybody agreed upon in the council is, yeah, a healthy family grows, a healthy community grows, but not apartments like that. And that's like you were saying, we specifically said that. Apartments like we have in our main historical area, I want to say our downtown where we're like Ward 6, Ward, that area, Ward 4. You have an apartment here and there, and you have duplexes here and there, and then you have a lot of homes, and that's an ideal community.
Yeah, the other thing too is, I don't know how much of that would mean restructuring about what we already have here, but I guess my vision had always been is that you leave the central business district as is. You don't change that up and require that it has to become, high density. But the streets that have the historic homes on them too, I think that should be maintained and respected, because I think that that's got a lot of history and it shows the character of who we are. And then, kind of along the lines you're saying, that there would be certain areas where you would have your whatever you're going for, your industry, your condos or your apartments or whatever you're looking at. And of course, that is all part of the Growth Management Act, and that's already been laid out as far as that. John actually worked that out, given the parameters that they set out for what you need for your F5 and your F7 and all of that. He worked all that out. What you need for industry. I know there was a a petition that came before all of you, and I was so glad that you didn't do, but it was it was gonna be changing up what was our industrial area and making it an area where there could be apartments, and you chose not to do that, and I'm so glad you didn't, because you know, we want industry to come here, we want people to have jobs, we want them to be able to work where they live, right? But also, we don't want to become just a bedroom place to live, a bedroom town, bedroom city.
How is Bucko going? And it seems like that's not all apartments. Those are housing. I know they're expensive housing. They're super. I think any housing is gonna be expensive right now also for materials. And so concrete's insane right now.
They built it high prices, timber prices are high, labor prices are high. I mean, the reality of what people once thought was affordable is not necessarily affordable. And then I also think that there is a misunderstanding in the term affordable housing, because there's a government understanding. And then there's just you and I talking about, I want affordable housing. They're just meaning something that they can live in comfortably with a family and not be worried that, you know, they can't make their mortgage.
50% of their paycheck or 20%.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a misunderstanding there in regards to what people mean by.
But layout wise, as far as how layout is going, I mean, I haven't really driven up there lately. Has anybody saw, like, what kind of was laid out as far as houses and some, townhouses, but mainly, single families? Is that looking good? Or is it-
I saw,
I know what they're out.
I went up and I looked at I looked at their first 4 houses that they had complete. And they had the appearance of them being like custom craftsman style homes. But, you know, the fit and finish of it looks good, but in about 3 to 5 years, it'll be like, okay, that was kind of hokey that they did that. $680,000 per house, tiny yard. Some people don't like mowing their yard, but I mean, property's property, right? You can reach and touch your neighbor's house.
I saw one on Reddit,
Yeah.
750.
It's funny because Ward 6, you see these cool houses with yards. Ward 2, where I'm at, my house in 1960, and the builder, I met his son, but he built 250 houses in our community, and they got plots of land, and they're just different. It's just different
Yeah.
way, but I guess that's the way of it. At
Land
least-
prices have gone up.
Yeah.
So, just a bit of a reality check, because something else that, you'll be looking at, the planning commission will have to deal with, and that is the laws and legislation that has already been put into place. So for example, and I do believe that John put this forward, that, even in our areas where we have like Brickyard Creek, or even where I live over on Talcott, these other developments where you live, Sarah, that there can be, multiple kinds of homes, housing put into that area, into those areas. So you lose that feel. But, so the reality check here is that we can state that this is what we want. If somebody comes in and protests it, we have to abide by the law. How would that work, Charlie? Because that's not my forte, but that's.
I think we
Okay,
gave that
the
up.
discussion with Nikki.
We gave that up.
Part of the discussion, but yeah, it's a new law, relatively new law, right? So there's gonna be litigation anyway.
But we gave that up as a council, so you would never bring that before us, because we basically, because the conflict of interest, we can get into zoning, but we can't get into dictating what gets built where. And I think that was in 2022, yeah. However, you were saying that the law does have like, already our 5s, our 7s, our 50s, is that what you meant?
Mhm.
Okay.
So does it override that and essentially say, well, sure, this is supposed to be just a basic residential, but now you can put an apartment building on it?
Have you looked at the zoning map? So like my house and the property adjacent to mine, we're zoned as R15 on Ferry Street.
You could tear it all down and build an apartment.
Oh, yeah, I could if I wanted. If I wanted. But I wouldn't be able to do it because of the sewer connections. That's why there's an empty lot next to me, is because they can't build on it.
And just across the street on Township, you do have a run of apartments.
Yeah, I was disappointed with that. It makes it so much busier. The traffic's so much busier
Yeah,
there.
but from State all the way to Wicker,
Mhm.
you have, it's apartments. I think Catholic Community Service built apartments over there too. They have low income housing or something. But yeah, so I mean, so we're gonna have to, you know, be mindful of that because we don't want to be sued as a city. But I think maybe what is gonna be important is that as we look at the comp plan, we also look at what is the regulations that are already in place. And take it from there. What you want to do, what we're gonna ask the planning commission to do. How we could possibly move forward. I don't know. I don't have the answers to. I'm just saying, I'm just wondering if you want better information. So you know exactly what it is you're dealing with as you're looking to shape Sedro-Woolley the way that you want to see it happen.
I think you said it really well as far as like, you know, if there's a will, there's a way. We're not skirting the law. We're figuring out how to work it to our advantage. And that's what we're looking at. Like, okay, well, maybe they came down from Olympia and they said you must do this, but you know, we're not going to break the law necessarily. But what we'd like to do is figure out where can we toe that line. And an executive branch that's with an agreement, if the majority of the council is, to say, yeah, let's figure out where we can come to that compromise where we're not towing the line, but we want to keep the community as a community feel and not an overpopulated, densified feel. And then it's just basically a verbal agreement that we're working toward the best interest and we're going to try and figure out where those loopholes are that allow us to.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I'm just thinking that you want to be operating with as much information as you can when you're making those decisions.
If you want to do what he's talking about, whoever you hire as the planning director, they got to be on board with what we want. Instead of planning directors are famous for, I'm smarter than everybody else, we're doing it my way. And if you don't, there's nobody will take my place to do it for you.
Or they drag their feet, or they make excuses
So
of
you
why
need
this
to
can't
get
get
somebody
done.
that's interested in what we want. That might be hard to do.
Or it might not be. There's two people that they're gonna look at, so I'd look at you and during the interview process, make sure that you're recommending the right person. Because yeah, we could walk into an absolute nightmare scenario.
Because planning has something to do with everything.
Yeah.
You put a one word in that comp plan, you're stuck with it for a long time.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, since most of us are newer on the council, if we wanted to like bring forth, because as legislators, part of our job is to bring forth legislation. So if we wanted to like explore writing out like a ordinance, what would be the first steps to do that? How would we work with staff to task out like how to write an ordinance and then bring that before council to get it voted on?
Starts at the committee. Start at the
Yeah.
committee.
It could start at the committee, it could start at the council as well. Majority, if you had an intent, you know, something you wanted to do, you had some bullet points or some paragraphs about it. You know, we could work it from there. Majority of the council wants to pursue something in code. We can then have staff work that. We engage, it would depend on the code. You know, exactly which directors might get engaged. The city attorney would obviously be involved in the discussion as well.
And can you remind me, I don't know if we did this, I know that we did the second reading. I forget if we took action or if we wanted Nicole to go back and rewrite some of the stuff on the parklets and the streeteries and all that stuff.
Well, you guys, you did vote on that. You decided just to go with the parklets and not the street.
Okay, so and then I noticed that we still have a streetery out on Mary Street.
Nicole sent the letter off today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been on her to-do list. She's just been buried.
All right.
So it's 7:23, almost 7:30. So it sounds like the comp plan might be something that you really want to learn more about and how you could help direct that.
Yes.
For me, it's with an emphasis on being able to mix up where these apartments are going so that they don't have that deep densification. That's something that concerns me.
We have-
zoning, you want the zone.
We have some smaller apartments and condos in throughout a lot of our neighborhoods, and they seem to work fine. They work really nice.
That's what I would love to see more.
What you need to do is get a planning director that can teach us what we need to, how we need to do it. How can we do it?
Well, I mean, even if you look in the historic area, like just down Berry Street, there are a couple duplexes and multifamily homes in there, but you would never really know it going by. So there are ways to do it and
They're blended.
and blend it without it disrupting the community and the.
There is on Talcott too.
There's
Same
a-
thing right across the street from me.
There's a small apartment near the elementary school and kind of high school, and it's just got this little courtyard on the inside. My neighbor, the guy who his dad built all those houses I was talking about, that was one of them that he built in the area. And it doesn't really look like much, and it's a courtyard. And actually, I've gone in there with them, and it's like a whole family. It's like a little, everybody knows each other. They're really close, not too big, and you hardly notice it that it's something like that when you're driving by. So yeah, I think it can work, and I think it's not an opportunity versus what we see on the trail. I think sometimes those guys, they're not going to know.
Well, and I think you lose a lot of the charm of Sedro-Woolley if you overbuild. I mean, like you were saying, we don't want to look like Linwood, and it's, if you want to pull people up at 20, you want to pull them into, took my granddaughter up to the trampoline park. I didn't do it. I don't want to lose limbs, but I met this couple and they live in Whatcom County and they love Sedro-Woolley. They said, we just love it. It's a charming town and people are friendly there. That's what you want to retain. And as soon as you start going up and high rises, and there's really good research that children that grow up in high density apartment complexes don't do as well as other children in school. And so it's, if they're saying you want to go, they force us to do high density, I think that's something we can politely and oppose and look for ways around.
So I do a question. Do we have anything written in regards to mixed commercial use? The time limit that the property owner needs to have in order to have a business actually in place? Because we have mixed commercial use opportunities and there are people living in there, but the rent is so much that there's actually no push to have a business down below. I mean, I would assume that any mortgage is paid by the amount that is being charged in those apartments. So does the city actually have a requirement for them? At what point do they have to have a working business in there?
I'm not aware that we have one, but I need to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Check the regulations.
I honestly didn't know and
We
was just
have a-
wondering because
Right on.
we wanted to keep that mixed commercial in so that we could encourage some business development there of some sort.
And I think they were really hoping it would be organic, that as people moved in, they would look for services and those services would come then, because people would be using them.
If I remember correctly from planning those, they were very leery of getting rid of mixed commercial in any way and replacing it with residential because according to their
Can't get your
rules,
commercial.
you can't get it back and it's gone and then, you're losing that mix. So that's the problem is the residential people are gonna wanna push hard.
Right. So there's this big push for residential, but the commercial part isn't followed through with, I guess, is where I'm seeing it in different pockets. And so I just didn't know if the city had any control over that or push to nudge to get, hey, you've got to get businesses in here, or if there's, because it's lost revenue in theory, not coming in, and we have tax dollars coming in, the business that's being run is an apartment complex.
Yeah, I can see it working really well too, like a retail clothing shop, a cigar shop,
Right.
massage area, salons.
And in all reality, it's not going to be
You look at the
substantial
cigar
enough
shop,
to
Yeah,
cover the overhead of the amount of heads up above, but it's something to give back to the community.
The concept of it is a very New England concept. it's a very East Coast thing of, having a bodega down below your apartment, you know, and maybe somebody who lives in the apartment building runs that, but and you go across the street of Fred Meyer and you look at Grafton Place, we're 2 years now, that building's been occupied and not a single business down below. They have a little workout area, and for the last year and a half, there's a banner that says massage coming soon. But all the massage parlors in Burlington got busted, so that.
But one of them opened right back up, I saw.
Yeah. We turn business licenses around like that in Burlington, so. But I agree with Sarah, that's, I mean, if they're gonna go that route of wanting to do that kind of, those kinds of buildings and that kind of development, a prudent person would have a business, contacted that was looking for space. I mean, even, you know, they wouldn't even have to do a TI, they could do a design build as the building's getting built, and they could have already partnered with somebody. And it seems like the want or the need to just get residential units built so that they can either be sold or rented, because that's what's selling right now.
Yeah.
You want a place to live? Look around this town, get on Zillow or whatever else, you'll find maybe 3 or 4 houses for sale, maybe. But if you can build a 80-unit apartment complex, people will be fighting over every unit. You'll have 10 applications per unit. And so I guess in the economic development standpoint of, I would ask the builder, do you even care if there's businesses downstairs? Or is this just a stipulation of being able to get 5 floors above it? And, you know, whatever happens, happens, because it is an eyesore when you drive up. I went and I did I took a close look at that apartment complex, you know, because I felt like it. And I drove around it and it was like empty and eerie down below and.
Say, and I agree with you, I don't like it either. It looks like it's, just doesn't looks. But I do believe that when they were building that, they really wanted to be able to have, they could have rented office spaces down there. And they could have, even made other apartments out of it. And they wanted to do that, but because of the way the road was the code was written, which, by the way, they came to the planning commission and helped them change the code and write it the way that it's written. And which I reminded them of many times. That's the way it ended up. But you're right, you know, I mean, and that builder even said, people aren't renting places. You just don't have people who are coming in to put they're either doing their business from the online or out of their home or both. You know, but.
So
Yeah.
what's the other thing I've noticed that we're in a massive deficit, especially around this county? One that would bring people to Sedro-Woolley that we haven't talked about yet tonight. And actually I talked to Steve several times about this is meeting spaces, a place like.
Convention center?
Yeah, well, yeah, any place to hold either a public or semi-public or, you know, private meeting spaces are at an absolute premium right now.
Really?
So much so that the council chambers at Burlington City Hall, we rearrange that almost every day for different groups to come in and use. And the city rewrote their code to only allow it to be for free for nonprofits, which I think they should have made them pay too, but SCAT-SCOG has to pay every time they meet there. The city charges them for it. All these other different organizations, but if we were to, you know, maybe want to add something to our fleet of buildings here in Sedro-Woolley, that would potentially bring people here is something somewhat of maybe a convention center. I don't know. That'd be $2,000 on the scale, but people that, I mean, it's a hot commodity right now. And it's something that if it was nice enough and built the right way,
I think they're building one in Florida, right?
Mhm.
I've heard of, rumors to get one here in Sedro-Woolley area. And that's something that's like, kind of something bigger for Meeting Place. They did CTK with Dave Browning did Skagit Center, Pastor Dave Browning before he passed. And that was his deal. It was like, there's no place for a convention center for people to rent out for concerts. So, they ended up using that as part of that. And you're absolutely right. I used to rent out the old Impact Center where they have the old, I think it was the Elks Club in Mount Vernon all the time for things I did, books and all that stuff. And so if you can incentivize somebody with a tax break or a partnership or something, the city taking shape with that, I don't know if we got the coin for it, but we can incentivize our partner.
Yeah, I'm not saying we build it with tax dollars.
So-
But
Empty businesses on new apartment buildings are at the bottom. Like, we don't want to give up business space necessarily, but what if we offer someone who's building one of these larger buildings, instead of putting businesses downstairs, you make what you're talking about, that one building needs to be your convention center. Is that big enough of a space?
You gotta have
it
your,
potentially could be, yeah.
yeah, you gotta have your load bearing walls in place. So is it gonna be big enough for, you could use pillars and stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, you could design it to
Yeah.
where.
And that would be a really good idea. And it would be a benefit for the builder who wants to see this, and it'd be benefit for the city who, well, do a larger, instead of just your standard 9 foot or 10 foot, do 15 foot and have sound barrier along the entire thing.
Or even do what they're doing at the Library Commons in Mount Vernon, which they're gonna have, a couple rooms there, large rooms that you could rent out. They actually have, kitchens in it, so that if you wanna have catered, or people wanna have an event there or whatever, that's in place. Yeah.
The airport does a good one, but there's, Bannock even, they'll have 3,500 people at a Christmas party and try to find a place to house these people. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
The upside to doing that is those empty businesses now have more, those buildings, there's more incentive to put in the coffee shop,
Yeah.
stores, because now there's a ton of people who are circulating in the area of that convention building. I'm just thinking of the Janicki buildings, just because, what RJ Group,
Yeah.
because they're building so many of them. If they just tossed one to that idea, how would that work? Granted, we're asking something of a person who's already designed and
And then they have to
planned
look at
everything.
the parking regulation and all of that. If you're bringing that many people in and you've got your parking present, that's a whole other ball.
I think the second area over by McDonald's, not that we would have any say with that, but that's got a lot of extra room if there was.
With the
Yeah.
parking there, I don't know if that would be.
We probably end up having to throw a lot of incentive at them.
Well, and that's the other thing is like, in those business districts, have the business on the bottom, some places, but then you had an idea of a hotel incorporated into the apartment. So half of it is your hotel and the other daughter half might be your apartment condo, whatever. But if you're doing something in that business district or commercial area, could we not incorporate hotel into some of it?
Is that hotel on Trail Road gonna have any kind of meeting rooms?
I don't know.
Cause it's on LinkedIn, they said it was, I think, 46 or 47 rooms. That's pretty big.
Yeah, the extended stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with those extended stays, I think they have like a kitchenette in every room.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It looks like they were doing parking underneath though. Every time I drive by, it's kind of hard to see into there unless you actually turn on Trail Road, but the bottom floor seems substantially higher. It almost looks like they're doing parking underneath, but I could be
Well,
wrong.
it's not a very big lot, is it?
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
tiny.
So that's probably exactly what they're doing.
That's the biggest thing with the convention or meeting room is you have parking, and then if you have businesses, and you're gonna have customers, and then you have the people living there. That's a challenging one to create, apartments on a central business or underneath or with a business above.
Well, yeah, all I know is meeting rooms are a hot commodity. Every time I drive by the library, that meeting room that they have is used well into the night. Every time. So.
Thank you guys for
Yeah.
free discussion,
Yeah.
getting it out, having dinner and everything.
Good talk.
Thanks for staying away.
Yeah.
It's been a long week. We're good though.
Yeah.
Especially for
It has
not.
been a long week.
Sleep for a long
All of us work full-time jobs too, so it's not just you guys working.
You speak for yourself, I'm retired.
Speaking of economic development, where are we going for drinks after? We can all seven of us go to the same bar at the same time, right?
I think we ought to have another one of these meetings in 3 or 4 months and pick up with